Yo, what's going on, everybody? We back live for this Richardson Hitchins Jose Zepeda card. Also, we got Connor Benn against Orozco on the undercard as well, or the co-main event. So we were live earlier. If you didn't miss if you missed the live earlier, Joe Joyce got knocked out in the third round by Zhilei Zhang. Okay, crazy knockout. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out on YouTube. I'm sure it's floating around on YouTube. Okay, but should have a pretty good fight between Hitchins and Zepeda later on this evening. Okay, that fight I don't think that fight is gonna be until after like 10:30ish. So we got a while into that. We got a couple of fights on the undercard, and we'll go from there. All right. If you are new, please subscribe to the channel. All right. Hit the thumbs up on your way in. Everybody hit the thumbs up on your way in. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me just grab a water. What's up, everyone that's here? What's up, Aaron? What's good with you? E-Class, Saga, what's happening? Saga says Joyce looked very sloppy. Don't think he can handle southpaws. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much confirmed at this point, you know. And not only is he fighting the southpaw, but he was fighting a big, very powerful southpaw, right? That was definitely more talented than him. But you're fighting a guy that's bigger than you, you know, more powerful than you, and just couldn't move your head. Joyce has been fighting this way pretty much his whole career, and he's always had these flaws, but no one was able to really expose him until now. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. He took a loss to a better fighter. That's it. It's not really nothing to really look deep into. You know, I don't think I don't think there's really much to say about it. I do still think that Joyce can beat some other guys. But at the end of the day, like, he ran into that guy that he just can't beat no matter what. You know, no matter how many times they fight, it's clear that Zhang could beat him anyway as many times as possible. There's nothing that Joyce can do. You know what I mean? I still think Joyce beats, Barrigo says Joyce still beats 85% of people at heavyweight. Yes, he does. I do agree with that. But again, he ran into the guy that was pretty much all wrong for him. You know, and what we saw is what we saw, and it is what it is. What's up, Josh, man? I'm glad you had a good time on a live earlier, man. It was a fun live. You know, it wasn't a long live. We only covered 2 fights earlier. But this is a full card, so we'll be here a little longer, but not a crazy good card. It's a decent card. But Richardson and Zepeda should be a better fight than advertised. You know, Richardson, I know earlier in his earlier career, like, you know, a couple years back, not many people were a fan of him. He would go the distance with fight. He doesn't have the biggest power. But I think he's improved, you know, and I think he's going to let his hands go a little bit. You know what I mean? He's very slick, very good defensive fighter, very fast, not the biggest puncher. But I think at this point, this fight is great timing with this fight. I know he really wanted to fight with Montana Love. For whatever reason, that didn't work out. But this is a good fight, and the timing of the fight is good. It's good timing. You know what I mean? I think he's ready. And if he loses, then it is what it is. But this is the fight. This is the type of fight you should be taking at this point. Zepeda has been in there with all the top dogs at 140 over the years. You know what I mean? He's been in there with Jose Ramirez. He's been in there with Regis Prograis. He's been in there with Ivan Baranchik. You know what I mean? He's been in there with a whole lot of people at this point. You know what I'm saying? So very powerful. I think he's not the greatest defender. Okay, doesn't really move his head. But it should be a good fight. You know what I mean? Graffiti says, does Joyce even beat Anderson? I don't know. You know, I don't think Anderson has the power that Zhang has. I think Zhang is is clearly much bigger, more powerful. You know what I mean? Sticks to the basic. Jared Anderson is more. It's probably a little bit more athletic, more unorthodox. He could switch. But at the end of the day, Zhang is more seasoned. Has a lot of amateur background, and defensively, he's just a little bit more cautious to Jared Anderson. It's a different fight with Jared Anderson. You know what I mean? So I don't want to sit here and just go down a list of everybody that I think Joyce loses to now because he lost to Zhang. You know what I mean? He fought a very big southpaw, a guy bigger than him, a guy that is a very big puncher. And I really don't know what Joyce is going to do from here. You know what I mean? But as far as title shots, it could be over for him. You know, shout out to everyone that's joining us. Please smash the like button on your way in and subscribe to the channel on your way in as well. Um, what's up, Gabriel Sanchez? What's up, Steezus? Josh? Everyone that's joining the chat, what's good with you? Gabriel said, I'm at Buffalo Wild Wings with the most beautiful girl on this planet. Is this your wife or something? Or well, have fun. Enjoy your night. I don't think she's more beautiful than the girl that I'm with, though. But I'm sure she looks very nice. Saga says, I just hope Joyce doesn't lose his chin. That's one of the best strengths. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Zhang got power, man. Zhang got power. That's all I really could say. He has power. He's a very big man. You know what I mean? And, for him to be that big, he has the skills. Amel Williams is fighting tonight. That's right. Steve Rose. Steve Rose has been in there with some good fighters. He's been in there with Triple G. He fought who else did Steve Rose fight? So Steve Rose and Amel Williams is up first. That's about to start. Who Steve Rose fought recently? Oh, he fought Edgar Berlanga. That's right. That went the distance. Triple G just steamrolling Edgar Berlanga at 168 went the distance. But he did pick up a win back last year at 2022 against a guy I'm not familiar with. And now he's fighting Austin Ammo Williams. What's up with Ammo Williams? When is he gonna fight this guy? What's that UK guy? That guy that he had a back and forth with that time. Felix Cash. Whatever happened with that fight? Felix Cash hasn't fought since last year. What's going on with him? What's the deal with Felix Cash? Steve Rose is coming to the ring now. Damn, CMP says someone in the comment section said Joe Joyce did his best sleepy Joe Biden impression. Damn. Leave Joe Biden alone, man. He's old. He don't know what's going on. He doesn't even know where he's at right now. Just leave the man alone. Respect your elders. Yeah, he's one of the couple of guys that made Berlanga look ordinary. It wasn't just roles. It was a couple of fights that Berlanga had where he didn't look too great. It started out with that first fight that went to distance. It started out with that fight. I'm about to go. All right. What's up, Charles? Well, the fight is on the zone. So, I don't know. I don't have a link. I'm not handing out links or anything like that, but the fight is on the zone. Omar says, Yo, Wave, I heard that Eddie Reynoso said that after Jamel, they're going to fight Jamal. That'd be crazy, bro. Let me tell you something, man. If Jamel loses to, and I know they're two completely different people, but if Jamel loses to Canelo, we don't want to see the Jamal fight. Jamal hasn't fought in over 2 years. Like, we don't need to see that. I hope that's not true. There's plenty of people there. If Jamel gets through Canelo, I'm hoping the winner of Andrade and Benavides is his next opponent. What's up with the WBA and David Morrell Jr.? Excuse me. WBA has David Morrell Jr. as their regular champion. So there's better fights out there than Jamal right now. It is what it is. I love Jamal and all that, but he should be focusing on a comeback fight first, and he then should be maybe focusing on Caleb Plant and getting his lick back on that slap that he took. Canelo right now is not it. You know what I mean? Especially if he gets through Jamel. Yeah, Jamal needs at least one tune-up. At least one. Feel me? All right, so Ammo Williams is going to be facing Steve Rose. They're both in the ring. We waiting for this fight to start. I think we have who's the other guy who else is fighting tonight? I got Connor Benn. We got we have a female fighter, Jessica McCaskill. It's gonna be fighting Sandy Ryan. That's gonna be the next fight. The last time I seen Jessica McCaskill fight, she looked terrible. She was fighting Chantel Cameron, and she looked like her legs looked like they were gone. I don't know. She was just fighting real awkwardly. But this should be a solid fight for Ammo. I mean, at this point, I want to see Ammo step up. You know what I mean? But 160 is like the land of where nobody fight each other. So I don't know. Not saying that's his fault, but this is a good fight. Steve Rose been in again. He been in there with Belanga. He's been in there with Triple G. So Ammo looks big, man. Is this fight at 160? What was the weight for this fight? Um, yeah, this is at 160. Got Ammo Williams, the southpaw here against Steve Rose, the orthodox fighter. I like Ammo. He's a fun fighter to watch. Um, some flaws, but nothing major. He's fun to watch, but I feel like not enough people know with him yet. Like he's fun to watch. He's explosive, but I think he needs a bigger buzz. Like I need maybe he needs to step up and fight someone that's a little relevant, but I don't I think that like he gotta find a buzz because he's just not talked about in a boxing community like that. You know what I mean? So maybe he need a signature opponent or just something, you know. What's good, young Hollywood? What's good with you, bro? But he's having a good round so far with Rose. Rose just shot a good straight right hand, but that was blocked. I don't think the crowd realized that. Ammo looks much bigger than Rose. Like not much bigger, but he looks like he's a division up. You know what I mean? Like he, and being that Rose had just fought Belanga up at 168. Not saying that he's a true 168, but there's a big, especially with height, but he looked like he fell in like a lot better at 160. Like he looked like he could be very comfortable fighting at 168 ammo. So we closing out this first round. Rose is doing all right this last 30 seconds or so, 30, 40 seconds of this first round, but ammo is clearly in control of the fight right now. But Steve Rose finished kind of strong. I'm gonna give Ammo the first round. Ammo was in control the majority of the round. What's up, Al Montas? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't go out. I mean, to be honest, I'm glad it rained crazy because it kept me in, and I was able to do two live cards. I know these are not big cards. I know I'm not going to get a lot of views off these cards, but especially this one. But I'm just glad to just be inside indoors, just chilling and making content with you guys. I haven't been active like that like lately, so glad to be on here. I like getting on for the smaller cards for some reason. I like getting on the major cards too, but I feel like it's more like you just like the main people that subscribe to me are here. You know what I mean? When you do the smaller cards, when you do the bigger cards, you got a bunch of like people that just don't have access to the fight and they just saying dumb comments, you know what I mean? Trolling, asking for links for the fight, more spam. I think when we do these smaller cards, like the usual people are here. You have a few new subscribers, but Ammo starting out really fast in the second round though. Like he's landed some big left hands so far in the second round. He's coming straight at Rose like he's trying to get him out of there this round. Tell you one thing, he has to keep that right hand up when he shoots that left hand. But he's definitely coming at Rose as if he's trying to get him out of here. I want to see some more jabs from Ammo though. Like I want to see him. I want to see him set up these shots a little bit better. And not only that, but on a defensive end, I still don't think he moves his head and his upper body enough. You know what I mean? I think he's pretty good at rolling punches, when he's in that shell, but he I think he could work on his defense a little bit. But he's explosive, man. He's fast. Yeah, let's get more of that jab going. I feel like Steve Rose, up until before the Triple G, I never seen him fight before the Triple G fight, but I think Steve Rose has become that guy that people are going to test, nice right hook from Ammo. He got Rose back against the ropes again. Oh, big right hook from Ammo caught him with a big right hook as Rose was lunging in. And he caught that one clean. He had to tie up momentarily. Thought it was going to go down. 45 seconds left in the second round. Yeah, I think Rose has become that guy that everybody, that's on the come up is going to test himself. against, just because he's been in there with Belanga up at 168 and Triple G. You know what I mean? What do I think about Zhang? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, at this point, if he's not gonna fight Usyk, I would love to see him fight AJ or Andy Ruiz or Deontay Wilder or somebody top tier. I don't want to see a Zhang fight with Derek Chisora. I don't want to see it with Dillian White. Oh well, he's gonna be suspended anyway. But I don't want to see it with I want him to fight a super elite, like top 5 type of heavyweight. You know what I mean? At this point, there's nothing less that I want to see with him. You know what I mean? You know, um, he called out Tyson Fury tonight. That's all he called out. I mean, Fury at this point, all I really want him to do is fight Usyk. But if he doesn't fight Usyk and he decides to fight Zhang after fighting Francis Ngannou, I won't be mad at it. I mean, I'm gonna be mad because I want to see Undisputed, but it's not a bad fight. You know what I mean? That'll be a pretty good fight. So I'm all in for Zhang fighting any top tier heavyweight. It's one thing to stop Joyce, but it's another thing when you go in there and make it look even easier in the second fight. I mean, Joyce had nothing for him, and then you on top of that, you end up getting one of the best stoppages we've seen this year. So I'm all in for Zhang and whoever any top tier heavyweight they put him up against. You know what I mean? And they need to at this point. He's 40 years old. The clock is ticking. He wants to stay sharp. Ammo's coming at this third round. Ammo's coming back at Rose. Got Rose on the corner in the ropes again, putting pressure on him. I just think Ammo needs to do a little bit more with that lead hand, set it up. You know what I mean? Like probe a little bit, jab a little bit more, probe a little, set up the left hand, and stop just leading with just power shots continuously. Like another left hand landed by Ammo. Ammo just overpowering him. The Rose is taking it. Rose, outside of a few shots, haven't got completely hit clean with like many real power shots. You know what I mean? He hasn't got hit with a bomb yet. Like he's got touched up with a few big shots, but I think Ammo's just trying to stop him with one punch. I don't know if he got the power to really do that. That's why I say I think he need to work for it a little bit more. I've seen Ammo like this. I've seen him in positions where he kind of looked like he was dominating, and then like the fight ended up going the distance. You know what I mean? When he was fighting this kid, Conway, that fight. I remember watching that, and this was live. That was another fight where Conway was doing his thing. He had his moments, but it looked like Ammo was hurting him at points, but he just couldn't put him away. And I think Ammo is trying to get that one punch. I don't think he's that kind of fighter. Prince says, I'm a huge Inoue fan. How far do you think he can go away? Can he concur 122, 126, 130, maybe tank fight? I think, all right. So I made a video talking about this where I pretty much broke down what I think he's capable of. And I think it's very possible that he may be able to beat everybody at 126 right now. You know what I mean? I think it's possible he may be able to beat everyone right now at 126. Still got to see it, but I'm gonna leave it at that for now. You know what I mean? Because 130, the guys at 130 like Oshaki Foster, and I don't think any of those guys underneath 135 is more talented than Inoue. But there's a point where size is gonna be a factor at some point. You know what I mean? And I want to keep it at 126 for now. I don't think the best talent is at 130 for now. I think Emmanuel Navarrete is probably the best fighter at 130. Uh, but I'm not gonna go that far yet. I want to see what he could do at 126. But I do think if he were to fight Ramirez right now, 126, or Lopez at 126, or I think he beats these guys. I would be putting him. I would be favoring him to beat anyone below 130 right now today. You know what I mean? Um, but I want to see a little more and see where we can go. And I don't know if he's gonna get to Tank. I don't know. Um, I don't know if he's gonna be able to get the Tank on time. I don't know if Tank is gonna stay at 135. Tank is gonna be, as long as he's boxing, he's gonna always be that guy that's gonna be doing nice right hook from ammo in his fourth round. He's hurt ammo. He's hurt Rose a couple times. Rose is back against the Rose. Yeah, so I don't know, because Tank can literally do what he wants to do. He can get guys that's in higher divisions to come down at a catch weight to fight him, or he could have guys move up to fight him, like he did with Hector Garcia. I think if the bag is right and the bread is right, I think he would be willing to fight in a way. But I'm not sure if Tank is willing to fight him at a catch weight by moving down to fight him. I'm not sure. But there's no major names at any below 135. There's no huge names under those divisions. Not saying that Inoue is his own star in his own country. He doesn't really need anyone, but Tank would be the name to fight. But I would think that if they were to work out something, Inoue would probably have to go up to fight Tank. You know? Nice shot from Steve Rose. He got just over a minute left in the fourth. Yeah, look, Fulton, the Fulton win was phenomenal. It was one of the best wins we've seen. But I still think, at some point, size was clearly not a factor there. And Fulton was not known to be a puncher. You know what I mean? If Fulton won, it was probably going to be from his, athleticism and, having a size advantage as far as being more durable. But he got dominated. But some of these other guys are different. And you just want to wait and see. But I do think he beat the guys at 126. I do believe that right now. So we just got to wait and see and be patient and see what happens from here. See, that's the thing that I have with ammo. Like, I kind of wish with him, like, he's in a space where he likes to showboat. And I feel like I think he's a fighter that needs to stick to his fundamentals a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, as the fight is going, like, I don't know what the game plan is. I think he wants to be a KO artist, but he's not. He fights as if he's like he has monstrous power, and he doesn't. So I think with him, he's a fighter that kind of, like, we're gonna be watching Richardson Hitchins now. Like, we know Hitchins don't have monster power, but he doesn't fight like he does. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hitchins understands the assignment. You don't got monstrous power, like Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson, for example. Like, he can get the stoppage, or he may knock you down, but he's a disciplined fighter. Whereas Hitchins, I mean, I'm sorry. Whereas ammo here, like I don't know. Ammo, I don't even know sometimes what the game plan is with him because I think he's more capable than what we see, but I don't know. Every round is like a different version of him. Sometimes he fights smart, sometimes he's reckless, but the results is always the same. And it's like there wins, but you're just not sold on him. It's not a fight that I've seen yet that I feel like I'm sold on him. Like, yeah, I know he will beat the best at 160. I haven't seen that performance. I want to see that Felix Cash fight though. But that even if he were to win that fight, that wouldn't tell me the full story. 160 is just a weird division, man. I can't believe how weird that division is. It's just a very weird division, man. It's just a division that's it's a wasted division. Like, I don't know what to think of it. You got Chris Eubank. He won his rematch against Liam Smith. Cool. But it's all this Conor Ben talk. It's all this like Kell Brook and shit. Like, like Eubank is looking, and I get it. He's getting older. He's getting he just wants to make his bread. So I understand. But you got Carlos Adames just waiting around. He's the interim WBC champ. What's happening with him? You got Janibek, who no one really wants to fight, and no one really feels like they need to fight him because he's not even known enough, right? Like, what's going on up there? Triple G is old. I don't even know if he's retiring or not. Jamal, I'm sorry, Jamal, we already know his situation. He's not active. There's no one really there at 160. There's no one there at 160, man. It seems like when Canelo moved up to 168, because if we really be honest, 168 was the same. Before Canelo moved to 168, what was happening at 168? Nothing. You had all this talent there and nobody was doing shit. It wasn't until Canelo came up, none of these guys wasn't doing anything, right? You got all these champions. You got Benavidez who just couldn't hold on to his title, and Plant that's with the PBC, and they just was not fighting each other. You have Saunders. You got Callum Smith, Matchroom. They weren't fighting each other. So I felt like in 160, when Canelo was down there, everybody was just hoping he would get the fight with him. Canelo stuck with, having his wars and battles with Triple G. And everybody else just kind of waited around. None of the other top talent fought each other. They was doing what they were doing in 168. But when Canelo got up there, he made it hot by fighting all those guys. So I respect him for that. We're in the 6th round, and again, Rose is not winning the fight. He's had a couple of defense rounds. That was kind of low from Williams. Williams is starting out aggressive in a lot of these rounds, but then as soon as he slowed down, Rose be catching him with some good shots. This is a 10 rounder. I believe it's gonna go to the decision. I don't think this is gonna go. Ammo's trying to force a knockout, but this is probably gonna go the distance. And Rose has got buzzed by a couple shots, but he hasn't really been hurt. I wouldn't say he got hurt by anything that Ammo's landed here, even though he's being aggressive. Nice right hand from Rose. Another left hook from Rose lands. One foot out the door says been dead for 2 to 3 years. When was the last title fight 160 Triple G had in Japan, right? Yeah. Well, he fought Canelo after that. But yeah, that was his last fight at 160. Nice right hand from Rose to the body. Halfway through the 6 yard. We halfway through the 6. I mean, Ammo's winning pretty clear. Nice right hand from Rose. Rose is having a good round. Again, Ammo will start out very aggressive, and then Rose will start picking them apart. Rose is not a big puncher though. Nice left hand to the body lands for Ammo. 30 seconds left in the 6th round in this 10-round fight. Another right hand lands for Ammo. Very competitive fight. It's been the last couple rounds here. Good jab from Ammo. Yeah, it's become a chess match. Suck Teach. All right, we're going into the 7th now. Nice check left hook from Rolls. Beautiful. Beautifully timed. Rose is actually boxing pretty good, y'all. I don't know if you guys are tuning in, but again, these last few rounds, nice right hook from Ammo. These last few rounds have been very, very competitive, man. Rose is not here to lay down, man. He gave Belanga a lot of trouble, but he's giving Ammo some trouble here too. Exactly. They're saying the commentary is saying that now too much posture and not enough jabs from Ammo. Doesn't jab. He doesn't use it. Good right hand counter from Rose. I don't know how the judges is looking at it. I don't know if they scoring some of these rounds for Rose or not, but I can tell you that this is a very, very good chess match here. I mean, I think Ammo is better, but it's very close. You know, and Rolls is he's starting to land some good counters here. He just landed a short right hand. And you can see now that Ammo is trying to be very cautious here. Oh, he got caught with a right. He tried to time. So it's they're both getting their shit off, man. 45 seconds left in the 6. I got, you know what? I'm gonna go with Hitchinson. I'm sorry, Hitchins. I keep saying Hitchison because Richardson is his first name. I got Hitchins winning. I think he's gonna win a decision. I think he's gonna be cautious and smart. He has a speed advantage. I think he's a very good defender. Uh, and I think he's gonna be able to score a win against Zepeda. Of course, this is a great chance that Zepeda might be able. Oh, nice right hand lands for Rose. Zepeda could knock him out with one shot. You know what I mean? Hitchins hasn't been in a fight on this level, and like I said earlier, Zepeda's been in there with everybody. You know what I mean? Um, he normally dusts off and knock out all of the non-elite fighters he fight, but Hitchins is gonna have to prove how good he really is here. But I think he's gonna pull it off. I think Zepeda still very good. I know he lost to Regis Prograis recently, but it was still a good fight. He had his moments in the fight. It's just Prograis, the better southpaw to me, the better southpaw. And they both have power, but Prograis has a great chin. He has a phenomenal chin. Zepeda has some major defensive flaws, bro. He does not hit. I mean, he does not move his head. All right. This is why he had that war with Baranchik. He's very easy to hit. You know what I mean? He doesn't keep his hands up, doesn't move his head much. But he's very powerful, and if Hitchins is not careful, he can end up like Josue Vargas out here. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened to Montana Love because the last time I heard about Montana Love, he was supposed to fight Hitchins, and then something happened. I can't remember what it was. So I don't know what's going on with Montana Love. Once he lost that fight to that whole controversial stoppage or disqualification or whatever the hell that happened, that whole fiasco with what's the guy named Steve Spark. He hasn't been in the ring since then. Um, and Steve Spark went on to lose, right, to that guy Gabriel Valenzuela. Um, who's supposed to be fighting next week. He's gonna be on the Jamel Charlo card, but he's not gonna be on the main card. He's gonna be on the pre-fights, not on the pay-per-view. At least that's what they have him listed here. So Montana Love got bad blood with Hitchins, but he didn't take this fight. He said JO said nothing. He pulled out of the fight. Was there a reason behind it though? I think I remember it happening, but Hitchins is good, man, and Hitchins got better. Like I said earlier, he was a little boring before because he was outboxing guys, but he was taking very little risk. I think in the last couple fights or so, he's improved. You know, it's messed up because Montana Love, when he had a lot of momentum going when he knocked out Baranchek. And I don't know, things have been kind of quiet with him since then, you know. But I still want to see that fight. And depending on how this fight goes tonight with Hitchins, there's plenty of fights out there. And I believe that this is for like some of the lower WBC IBF belts. I checked earlier. Yeah, Hitchinson. He said Hitchinson. Hitchins. You doing what I'm doing, Jo? It's Hitchins. Richardson Hitchins. Now Hitchins, yeah, he did beat he did beat up Bowser, who again, he's not Zepeda, you know what I mean? But yeah, he did beat him up. But it's a dangerous fight for Hitchins because um Zepeda could hit you and knock you out. He has a lot of power. Zepeda's resume, his record is 37 wins with 28 knockouts. You know what I mean? Um, even though he lost to some good people, I actually thought he looked terrible against Hank Lundy too in that fight. I think Lundy could have possibly had the win in that fight. Um, but yeah, the thing with Zepeda is he's lost most of his major fights. He beat Baranchik and he beat Pedraza. All right, but against Ramirez, he lost, which was another debatable. That was a debatable fight. A lot of people said when that fight went down, a lot of people thought Ramirez, might have lost that one. I actually thought Ramirez lost to what's this guy's name? Victor Postal. Even though Postal was old, I still think Postal won. This is before Josh Taylor got to him. So Zepeda is real, and I know Prograde stopped him, but Hitchins ain't Prograde, but he's very good. He's very talented, very quick. Should be a good fight later. We're in the ninth round here in this ammo fight. Oh boy. Damn, I have a Red Bull. Yeah, Regis did good against Zepeda. He did better against Zepeda than everybody, because again, Ramirez fight was close. Man, that Baranchik fight was something else, though. Remember that fight? That was a crazy fight. I wish Zepeda and Baranchik was at a live event because that was a 2020 fight. That was one of those fights where it was no one in the arena because of the pandemic. And that was one of the wildest fights I might have ever seen. And it kind of flew under the radar, man. I think there was like something like 7 knockdowns in like 5 or 6 rounds or something. Zepeda got knocked down like twice in the first fight. I mean, first round. I'm sorry. Zepeda is. I'll tell you one thing with Zepeda. Zepeda has given us some good fights, man. When you think of the Ramirez fight, when you think of what he did to Josue Vargas, you know, uh, he's given us some good fights, man. He gave us some good moments. Ivan Paranchak was a beast. It's just he was a strong man, but he just didn't have no defense, man. I think he lost his chin a little bit. I heard, didn't he retire or something? I think he retired after that fight. Or one of those. No, after Montana Love fight, I think. I think he was done after that. Yeah, he lost to Zepeda. He lost to Josh Taylor. Got knocked down a couple times in that fight. And he lost that. That was his first loss. Then he lost to Zepeda where he got knocked out, which was one of the craziest knockouts. That guy was laying out on the ground for a long time. And then Montana Love just destroyed him too. Gabriel, thank you, my man. He says, showing my boy Boxingwave some support. You should come more often, bro. So to you, man, listen, if I could, I would. If I tell you guys all the time, if I can't make it on, it's because I'm just busy, man. But I try my best, man. You know, I would love to. I'm trying. I'm close to it, man. But I'm trying to get to that point where I could just be on here every day. Uh, yeah, Charles. Ammo has been getting caught with that short right hand over and over again because he's reckless, man. And this is what I was saying earlier about him. It's like this is why he's not really making any noise here because from the super sweet science fans, he don't have the slickness and the defense to really gain a lot of fans for for those kind of fans. You know what I mean? And then he don't if it's for the action dudes, the guys that like big power and knockouts, and he don't have it. He's explosive, but once he starts slowing down like here, he looks very average right now. And I'm not seeing any improvements. I mean, he looks like how he looked 5 fights ago. Something needs to change with Ammo because he's definitely got the athleticism, but his IQ is very low. Nice left. He just landed a good left hand though. He halfway through the 10th. This is the final round. And he don't have the power to really put these guys away. He fights like a knockout artist, but he don't really have it. And he's just throwing these wild power shots. He needs some discipline, man. Maybe he needs to change coach. Maybe he needs to go to a different team because something needs to change here. You know what I mean? I think he has potential, but something needs to change. These baseball swing shots that he's doing right now looks crazy. Looks crazy. If he fought someone with power, with good counter punching ability, they would have laid him out. 30 seconds left in the fight, man. Ambo's going to get the win. Listen, it is what it is. He's going to win the fight, but I'm telling you one thing, ain't nobody going to be ducking him. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody. I mean, 160 is a whole duck. The whole division is a duck. But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know what's up with Felix Cash because Cash hasn't looked great neither. But people ain't going to be ducking Ammo. You know what I mean? Not with these kind of performances, man. This is similar to what we got in the Berlanga fight. It's very similar to what we got there, and Rose went up to fight him. If an older Triple G can just get this guy out of there with the quickness, and this is a pretty competitive fight, man. Ammo won the fight. I wasn't really scoring it. I was just kind of chopping it up with y'all, but Ammo's gonna win the fight. But it was very competitive after a few rounds. Very, very competitive, especially when Ammo started to slow down. Yes, sir. It's the weakest division right now. It's the weakest division. It's the weakest. It's hands down the weakest division right now. That whole division is a duck. Ever since Canelo moved up, Jacobs moved up, Andre moved up. It's a whole duck. Nah, Charles. I think it's over for Triple G. I don't. I hate to say it like that, but I don't want to see him fight no more. Because now it's gonna get to a point where he's gonna fight someone where he's levels above, but it's gonna be competitive. And I don't wanna have to wait and see that. You know what I mean? He has a big enough name. You never know. He has a big enough name. If he doesn't wait too long, he needs to jump on. Oh, he needs to jump on that exhibition bag. He need to jump on that exhibition wave while his name is still something. Because at one point he was maybe like a top 5 more famous boxer, and he needs to jump on that. Jump on that exhibition thing, get somebody in the ring with you, see if it can do some kind of numbers. I'm all for I'm all for the exhibition. I'm not even against that. Only time I'm against it if it's getting in the way of real champs like the Tyson Fury situation that's going on? Now I didn't know Triple G had his own drink. That's news for me. All right, that was a long fight, man. That was a long fight, man. Nah, Ammo won, man. Fury against Ngannou on the card is gonna be good. Who's on that on the card? I think I did see it. I just can't remember who was on there. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up right now. So Fabio Wardley and David Adelaide is what I want to see. I want to see. I want to see that fight. I really want to see that fight, especially all that mess they got into a couple weeks back. I saw that. You know what? I didn't even talk about that. I was supposed to do that. I was supposed to talk about that. I didn't even get a chance to talk about that. I saw the video, and you know, this is what is the bad part about having these fake beefs where they pushing each other and all that. Because this guy, Fabio Wardley, he actually got cut from that whole situation. And one of the guys that was part of Adelaide's camp was able to catch him with a shot and drop him. And that whole situation would have caused them to fight, because if Wardley actually got hurt, it would be a missed opportunity for them to be on that card. Because as much as the fight is bullshit with Fury and Ngannou, right? It's bullshit. But at the end of the day, you want to be seen. So that's the kind of undercard you want to be on. You know what I mean? And that fight could have been canceled because of that whole situation. And it was over. It was like extra, you know? So Jessica McCaskill's fighting next against Sandy Ryan. Who else is on that undercard? Let me see. Who else is on there? Martin Bacoli against Carlos Takam is cool. Joseph Parker is fighting Simon Keene. Who's Simon Keene? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with Simon Keene. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. Let me look him up on BoxRec. 23 wins, 22 knockouts, 1 loss. Oh, look at that. Simon Keene knocked out. Oh, I seen him. I seen him before. I seen him on that what undercard he was on. He was on the Gongora and Billy fight on the card. But I seen him before. I seen him fight before. I seen that guy fight before. All right. I mean, yeah, you got a nice little heavyweight on the card, you know. I'm happy though. I'm happy that Francis got. I talk bad about the fight from a sense that I talk bad about the fight because I just want to see undisputed. But I'm actually very happy that Francis Ngannou is gonna finally get a payday that he's worthy of getting. You know what I mean? So I do like that. I know I'm talking bad from a point that I talk bad about it because I just want a Fury to fight Usyk and get it over with. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's a good fight. Especially Parker. Parker's now on his A game. I did see a Parker video on Instagram maybe like a week or two ago. Parker look like he's in great shape. By the way, I'm sure he's been sparring and training with Fury as he normally does. That's his man. But Parker's in great shape right now. He looks in great shape. Beth McCaskill, the girl that fights very odd. I mean, and she's very aggressive. She's like Sean Porter used to be. He's still aggressive before he retired, but he used to be wild. She's basically like that. But I think she looked really bad against Chantel in her last fight. Like her legs look like how Sergio Martinez's legs looked in the Cotto fight. Like they just looked awkward. She was moving funny. I've seen I've seen that with you. I noticed that with a lot of these fighters that they get to a certain point, a certain age, where they may not necessarily be injured, but their legs are just gone. I saw that with Hank Lundy in his most recent fights. Remember Hank Lundy was fighting Zepeda, and even though I thought Hank was doing well in that fight and possibly won that fight, his legs was his they looked wacky, like the way they were moving. And I feel that about Jessica McCaskill. Her legs was just, I don't know, they just look bad. You know what I mean? But I'll be right back. I'm waiting for this McCaskill fight to start. I'm just gonna Red Bull real quick. Yeah, it's the legs, man. His McCaskill's legs look crazy in her last fight. So I don't know what that is all about, but I mean, she's still competing and she might lose this one tonight. She might get outboxed. Oh man. All right. Oh, my bad, my bad. You guys hear? Having mic issues. This mic is good, but it's so sensitive. Says Sandy. He haven't seen Sandy fight in a minute. Let me see. When was her last fight? I mean, she's fought. She's been very active. She fought 3 times last year. This is her second fight this year. But she's gonna try to box and counter and move. I hear you, Will. I see your comment. This weather in New York is terrible. I don't know where you guys are, but terrible. It just went from summer to winter instantly. We've been having days where we're using you're using the AC and the heat on the same day. You get in your car 1 hour of the day, you're using the heat. The next few hours later, you got the AC pumping. It's crazy. You Conor Benn is fighting after this fight. He's on the next fight, so he'll probably be on there. I mean, I'm expecting this fight to go the distance. This is gonna be a welterweight title fight. So this is gonna be a 10 rounder. So I'm not expecting Connor to get out there until like 10 o'clock. He's probably gonna blitz that dude and stop him. It's bad down there in VA. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, especially with this amount of rain that we've been getting. So Sandy Ryan right now is making her ring entrance right now. I'll tell you one thing, much as we gotta make as much as we have to make content about like boxing, gossip, and fights not happening and who's at fault and all that, it is getting kind of annoying. We did get a lot of good fights this year, so I can't complain too much because this has been a good year of boxing. But this last couple months, though, it's been kind of whack. Like we've been getting a lot of like drama and a bunch of back and forth about fights not happening and who's at fault again. That's the kind of vibe it's been recently. I haven't seen Rodolfo fight before, Kenny, so I don't know. I'm expecting Conor Benn to win. Um, Assuming, I don't know. Um, I expect Conor Benn to knock out everybody that's not elite level at this point. You know what I mean? So I'm expecting him to come out, be explosive. People haven't seen him in a long time. I know there's been a lot of drama going on with him. So I'm expecting him to come in there and do what he do. Oh, yeah, I haven't really I haven't gone like normally I go on YouTube and just watch what these other guys look like whenever it's someone I'm not familiar with, but I just didn't have time to get around to it. Excuse me. I just knew that they just quickly threw him on a card. Rodolfo Orozco, he's 32. That's what I saw. That's why I didn't look him up. When I saw him ranked on Boxer at like 209, I was like, yeah, it's a dub. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't been knocked out though, but he's lost. He got a few losses. But he got a lot of fights in Mexico. He doesn't have any fights outside of Mexico. You know, his last fight was a guy against a guy, for a guy to have 35 fights, professional fights, he fought a guy that's 5-2 in his last fight. The last guy before that is 19-9. And a few fights in 2021, he fought a guy that was 39-30. You know what I mean? So I didn't even bother to look up what he looked like fighting. I think Connor is just gonna go in there and blow him away, just get his name back out there outside of this whole steroid situation. And that's it. That's what it's really about right now. I didn't really dig too deep into his opponent and all that. Tell you one thing. I'm done talking about Shakur Stevenson and Frank Martin and all these fights that did not happen. I'm done trying to sit here and Devin Haney. If it's not an official fight, I'm done talking about these guys. Unless I'm doing a breakdown of a scheduled fight. You know what I mean? Because we can go all day, forever. I know this week everybody's talking about Crawford and Spence again in this rematch situation with 147. I've seen all the videos. I've seen the video where Crawford's like, something about, they agreed to fight at 147, and unless it's in writing that we're not moving up into, unless one of us states that it needs to be at 154 or something. I listen. It's simple. Crawford's not trying to do them any favors. I think, and he doesn't have to. He won the fight. He doesn't want a rematch. Most people don't want to see a rematch. And he wants to move on, and that's it. So what is he agreeing? He agreeing at a weight that he know that Errol don't want to fight at. You know what I mean? And it's that simple. I don't know what the back and forth is all about. He doesn't want a rematch. Most people don't want to see a rematch. And that's it. He's trying to move on. He doesn't want to have a rematch with Spence. But if he is going to have a rematch, he's at this point now. I know he said 154 before, but he's not going to do Spence any favors. Anyway, we're in round one. McCaskill and Ryan is on. McCaskill's coming out very quick. She's throwing some jabs. She's boxing, showing speed. Nice jabs and nice flurries from McCaskill so far. Nice right hand from McCaskill. Looks good so far. Looks sharp. But she got that lead hand down. So she's trying to fight like real slick. And she's fighting with her hands down, using head movement so far. But I want to see how long she's going to last with that. But she looks sharp so far. Good left hook and good right hand from McCaskill. Nice combinations from McCaskill so far. Now Ryan is coming forward, lands three right hands. Three jabs. Another right hand lands for Ryan. Ryan now starting to connect. McCaskill lands a flurry. Goes back to the body. Good combination from McCaskill again. Lands. She's having a good round so far. 20 seconds left in the first. Remember, this is 2-minute rounds. Nah, Richardson is last. Richardson is not going to be fighting until after like 10:30. Probably by 11. All right, we still got one more fight. Conor Benn is going to be next. That's going to be short. So I would think that Hitchins and Zepeda is going to fight sometime after 10:30. Yeah, I like the Haney Prograis matchup. I think it's going to be either Haney by decision or Prograis by knockout. I think that's the only two options. I just haven't figured out yet which one. I love Regis Prograis. That's my guy. He's one of my favorite fighters to watch. He looked terrible in his last fight. I love Devin Haney too. I'm a big fan of his. So I hate to have to pick one of them, but I think the timing of Haney fighting Regis coming off of that last performance, it could be a good thing for him or it could be a bad one, but it's the risk he's willing to take, and I'm glad he's taking a risk. It's not a bad fight. It's not a cherry pick. Regis could very well knock him out if he gets caught with those same left hands that Loma was catching him with. Nah, I haven't text. I didn't even know there was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. I haven't even played video games much. I don't even have the time. It's hard for me to make content these days. Playing video games, I haven't had any time to play any games. The last game I got, even though it's been out, was I got Gran Turismo a few months ago, but I haven't even had that much time to play outside of a few days. Yeah, if Haney doesn't get knocked out, I see Haney winning on points, outscoring him. But pro grade, I'm telling you, man, I know that last fight he looked terrible, but I'm telling you right now, pro grade is gonna be at his best against Haney. You know what I mean? And tell you, if pro grade went in there and knocked that guy out like he normally does, that fight wouldn't be going down. You know what I mean? But pro grade, it's a good fight though. It's a very good fight. There's still other fights I want to see. Yeah, if I wasn't lying, my man, like you better hope they don't make NBA Street online on Xbox or PS5 or whatever, because I'm definitely buying that. And if they make an online version of it, I'll be on there. Cause I ain't nobody was beating me in NBA Street back then. Not one or two. You couldn't beat me in NBA Street, and nobody was seeing me in what's it called? Def Jam Vendetta. What? The first one or two? And too bad they didn't have the online in those games back then. We could play online. All right. So we going into the third round. Between Sandy, but much better round with Sandy, and I think that I might have gave her the second round. I think Caskill gave to her the first. Sandy needs to throw that right hand more, man. I mean, Jessica's hands are down. No, she's slipping a lot of punches and countering, but she needs to time the right hand and stay and keep it rangy. Step in, throw the right hand, and step back out. You don't even need to be in range. Casco's starting out good this round though. So far, she's staying sharp, staying slip. Oh, nice big flurry from McCaskill. And Sandy took a beat. Yo, Sandy took a lot of damage right there. Her face is bruised and her nose is bleeding. See, that's the problem with Sandy, man. She keeps staying in the pocket during these flurries from Jessica, and she's taking the bulk of them. That was bad. Oh, Jessica just landed another right hand. Tell you this, it was a pretty good fight so far. Jessica needs some time. She looked like she got tired a little bit from that little flurry. She need to keep her hands up though, like periods like this, because she's just moving around. She's off balance. Sandy got her though with two left hooks, but Jessica came back swinging, caught her with a flurry back. Sandy's bleeding from her nose, like I said earlier. Body shot lands for Jessica. Big round for Jessica. All the Def Jam Vendettas had the rappers fighting each other. There were three different ones. There was the first Def Jam Vendetta. Then it was Def Jam 2, Fight for New York. And then they had Def Jam Icon that came out for like PS3 or Xbox 360, whatever one you had. Um, all three of them had rappers fighting each other, but there was only two of them that were good. The first two, third one was trash. He was doing too much. They had the music remix. He was doing too much. The first two was where you could just tag people in, and you could just use all these weapons and moves, crazy moves, super moves. Games were great games. All right, so we're in round 4, and I got McCaskill up at least 2 rounds. Did a lot of damage on Ryan the last round. You know the way that McCaskill fight, it reminds me of Jose Luis Lopez. I mean, Luis Alberto Lopez. It's like the wide punches, like the way it's very awkward. Not many straight shots. It's like they slip and wiggle around punches and just throw these wide shots from weird angles. There's some similarities there in their style. Sandy's having a better round though. She's starting to connect with some of these straight shots here. McCaskill lunged in with her chin all up in the air. Too bad Ryan. Oh, Ryan caught her with a right hand. I was just about to say, if Ryan, steps back and or steps to the side and counters her with a hook, Ryan's having a good round. Very good round compared to the last round. I got Richard. I got Richardson. Smash the like button, by the way, if you haven't already, guys. If you are here, everybody hit the thumbs up, man. Please do me that favor, man. Hit the thumbs up. And if you are new, please subscribe to the channel. Good round for Ryan. It's a good fight, man. It's actually a pretty good fight. Yeah, I'm expecting Conor Ben to knock him out. This guy is not on a level of fighting at this level. I'm seeing that Eddie Hearn is saying that Showtime might be pulling out of boxing, man. Showtime, first of all, Showtime had a phenomenal year in boxing. I don't know if you guys care about what networks is doing what, but Showtime has given us the best fights this year. I know everybody hates PPC, but you know, a lot of the fights didn't involve another fighter outside of the PPC, but Showtime did a thing this year, consistent. And I'm not even talking about the major fights. I'm talking about like a lot of fights that were just on the weekend that involved fighters that don't have the biggest name, but they were consistent. PBC did, Showtime did well this year. I would hate for them to go because they have my favorite like commentary and presentation and overall. I think their fights look like the most 4K out of all of them. Um, I would say Top Rank is second for me as far as like presentation. But as far as the schedule, Showtime had the best schedule this year to me, by far. Yeah, I picked up Paramount because they merged with Showtime. or they bought out Showtime. But I mean, listen, if Showtime is over, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. As long as these guys have a place, a home to fight. When HBO ended, most of these guys went to the zone. But we didn't get that classic commentary that we used to listen to, and the presentation on HBO was second to none. HBO was the best. I thought Showtime was always the second best, and then there was everything else. These are close rounds because it's like Jessica is sloppy, but she's landing and she's landing flurries. Whereas I feel like Ryan is more like a little bit more accurate, a little bit more sharp. You know what I mean? It really depends on what you really like here. I don't know how these judges are going to be scoring it. I know if unofficially they showed that Ryan is up 3-1 or whatever in the last few rounds. It's a very competitive fight. I don't know. I don't know what Jim Lampley is doing. He's probably crying somewhere watching boxing. Not a diss, neither. I'm just joking around. Like, that's not a diss. You know how emotional he used to be about the sport. Uh, but I miss watching HBO. Yeah, I always do that every year, Maker. Every year I do a wrap up of the year. I do a review of the year every year. I do that. Best KO, best fights, fight of the year, knockout of the year. Every year I do one of those. So I'll definitely be addressing the knockout we saw today of Joe Joyce in that video. Yeah. Nice hook from McCaskill. I don't know. I think Fox might be done with the PPC. I don't know what's gonna happen if Showtime pulls out. I don't know. I have no idea where these guys are gonna go to. Uh I just hope all these guys are just we just want to keep seeing them. Yeah, I might have certain preferences when it comes to networks and commentary, but at the end of the day, I just want to see the fighters fight. I don't really care what platform it's on. I think Ryan is doing better now. I think Ryan is in control here. You know, Jessica is starting to just lunge in. She's missing a lot, and Ryan is landing the better shots, the more effective shots at this point. In this point in this fight, and Jessica has gone back to just being, wild and kind of sloppy. It's that Black Prime. I just want to see the fights, man. But it'll suck that Showtime is gonna go. But to be honest, man, sometimes I'm not saying that I want every fighter under one platform or one network because I don't want it to be a monopoly either. You know what I mean? But I do. I think the more networks we have, the more difficult it's going to be to make these fights. You know what I mean? Because guys want to keep it in house first, and then we want to see historical fights happen. But we've been getting it. A lot of these fighters have become undisputed recently. So that means that we're getting the unifications, we're getting the undisputed fights. The best are fighting the best. We still have people ducking and hiding behind network issues and stuff, but we're getting better. Out of the time period of me making content on here, I do feel like the quality. I think because the fans are more educated on unifications and understanding the sanctioning bodies. I think because of that, I think that people have demanded it more, and we've been getting it more. You know what I mean? Sandy's bringing the fight, man. She's just landing more, and it hasn't been since that third round. Oh, McCaskill just caught her with a combo. 50 seconds left in the seventh. Good fight, man. They going to war, man. They like this is a good fight. Yeah, young Hollywood, I agree. It's still some bullshit going on. Like, I still think the heavyweight division needs to close out the previous generation. There's still a lot of confusion when it goes like I felt like we were in a good. I think the heavyweight division was having a good run, with Joshua having his fights and Wilder having his fights and Fury, but it got to a point like this past year where it just got corny again. You know what I mean? And I also don't feel like there's any in the Ryan Cordell with a big right hand. I don't feel like there's anyone in the next generation that is gonna it's gonna really like hold a division down like that. Like I don't think there's any star potential out of any of the newer guys that's coming up. How do you replace Fury, Wilder, Joshua? Like, I don't see it in any of these guys. When you look at Jalalev and Hergovich and Jared Anderson, who has he seems to be marketable, but he doesn't seem to have the interest in sport like that. So when you look at those guys like Hergovich and Anderson and Jalalev and what's this guy? What's these other guys' thing? It's a bunch of them. I just don't see how they can hold down the division. Like diehards are going to be watching it, but once Joshua, Fury, Wilder, Ruiz, White, Usyk, once they're out the game, it's like who's going to hold down the heavyweight division? You know what I mean? Like, what is it going to look like 3 years from now? You know what I mean? Torres is cool. He's good. Torres is good. He's fun to watch, but like I don't see no star potential in any of those fights. Now, the good thing about that is that if no one's too big of a name, that means they're more likely to fight the other best because they're not gonna go so hard with trying to protect them. But Ryan is just outworking her right now, and McCaskill is fighting out of spurts, and that's what the problem is. She'll just come out and just draw a flurry, but she's Ryan is better. 'Cause she started out pretty good, but yeah, Ryan is starting to get like a rhythm going. You know what I mean? She got caught with a right hand, but she just pushes off Jessica like she doesn't care. But yeah, like I was saying, you got Arslan back, you got Torres Jr., you got Jared Anderson, you got Jalalev, you got Hergovich. You got all these guys, and it's like it's gonna be slow, man. I'm telling you, there's gonna be a period where the heavyweight division is gonna die out, and we're gonna be stuck talking about guys that are gonna be involved in exhibitions, and they're not gonna be because that's what happened with Floyd and Manny for a while. People just couldn't stop making content about them or stop talking about them. People didn't want to give the newer guys chances. And even though these guys end up being pay-per-view stars like Crawford, Spence, Thurman, you got guys that Sean Porter, they had names and people knew who they were and they were fun to watch and they've been fun to watch. It's just like, for a minute, people just could not stop talking about Floyd and Manny Pacquiao. You know what I mean? So I think when the heavyweights of this time, like Wilder and Fury and AJ, I think when they finally hang up the gloves, people are going to still be talking about them all the time because nobody's going to care about the newer heavyweights like that. Like I said, I think Jared Anderson has the most potential to make noise and become famous, but if he doesn't want to be involved in the sport, it's not going to happen. Like who out of all those guys going to be pay-per-view? Not saying now one pay-per-view, but for heavyweights, I think we're going to go through a period of how we went through before when the Klitschko's was running the division. You know, um, you're going to have a period where Chris Bird, Samuel Peter, the Klitschko's. You have a period where no one's going to care. Because during that period, what was everybody talking about? They were talking about this is a good fight, y'all. Fight. No, just fight, Jessica. Don't complain to the ref. Don't look at the ref, man. Just fight. 45 seconds left in the knife, man, and you may be down. And Ryan, you just gotta go. Yeah, that period in the heavyweight division, right? Either people was either talking about the welterweights or they were talking about the previous generation of heavyweights and how the heavyweight division fell off. Once Lewis, Tyson, Holyfield, all these guys got old, there was a period where fans were just talking about how shit used to be. You know what I mean? Or Ryan Quat. Ryan is just winning easily, man. Jessica lost this fight. Jessica needs a knockout. They're going one more round. Jessica needs a knockout. So I think that's going to happen. I think we're going to go in a period where people, when it comes to the heavyweight division, it's going to be a dead period, and they're going to do everything in their power to try to get guys like Wilder to come out of retirement or Fury to come out and retire or AJ. They're going to try to get these guys to get in there with these up and coming guys, and they're not going to have a name or people are just not going to care enough to want that to happen. You know what I mean? So I think that there's definitely going to be a dark period in the heavyweight division soon in a few years. Graffiti asks, who's going to be the face of boxing in 5 years? Uh, that's actually a good question. That's gonna be a good question. Um, it's a good question. I think as far as potential, I think Tank could still be it. Ryan, nah, maybe not Ryan, because I think he's gonna take another L soon. Shakur, all these 135 guys. Devin Haney. I don't see nobody at 175 on a come up or currently there. Canelo's gonna be gone probably by then. Crawford's gonna be gone. Usyk's gonna be gone. Fury's probably gonna be gone. Yeah, I see Tank, Shakur. All these guys at 135 have been there recently. You know, Inoue is probably gonna be either gone or like almost on his way out. Who else is there? I don't see it. I don't really see it. I think Benavides has some potential. David, if he ends up in a fight with Canelo and winning, big shot from McCaskill. Who you? Oh, she's complaining about the push offs. Okay, got this fight. Yeah, I was gonna say Boots, but Boots should be more popular than he is. I think that's a promotion issue or something. I know Boots is like I just think even Virgil. Now, well, Virgil, I think with Virgil, I think these little health issues been delaying a lot of things for him. I think Boots got the look, and as far as boxing, you know what I mean. I think he's fun to watch for both hardcores and casuals. Um, I don't think he hasn't been that marketable though. I think some of the back and forth with Crawford has been good for him, but outside of that, I don't know. JL say Floyd Schofield. Yeah, it could. He's another potential. All those guys at 135. I see Shakur though. I think Shakur and Devin. You know. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm tired. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm yawning and stuff. It's just I'm ready for this fight to go. Yeah, when you talk the face though, I just don't think there's anyone that's gonna be as big as like more recent faces, but you never know. I think certain fighters got potential. I think Benavides. I think all right. So I do believe that some of the younger guys, there's got to be some form of a passion, a passing of a torch. You know what I mean? I think that it's not going to just take the current fighters to just keep winning and keep getting involved in beefs and stuff. I think somebody is going to have to be a popular fighter today. Wait, what happened? All right, so it's gonna be a split decision. First judge gave it to McCaskill. I didn't hear the scorecard. Draw, draw, y'all. Draw. Crowd seems very upset. I don't think Jessica McCaskill won that fight. Yeah, I think Ryan won pretty clear. It's very competitive, but yeah, not the worst robbery I saw, but I think Jessica pretty much won, pretty clear. I'm sorry, not Jessica. I'm Sandy. I think I have a rematch of that. Come on, man. Ridiculous, man. But you know how this sport is, man. That's why I always like to put a little bit in a pot for some of these draws or these even fights like this, where I'm not expecting a knockout. I always put a little bit of, and sometimes I hit, that, even if it's $10, you know what I mean? $10, $20. You hit that plus 1800, man. It's cool. It's a cool little change, man. All right, the crowd is booing crazy. All right. Yo, who's Tank gonna fight next? His coach said his coach Calvin Force said that a big fight is gonna be in the works for Tank. Now, when he says something big, is he's just trying to promote the fight we don't want to see, the rematch we don't want to see with Isaac Cruz, and he's just trying to bullshit the people, or is there a real big fight coming up? I saw this on Twitter and I said, I thought, I'm thinking big fights. I know Shakur is already got a fight schedule. I know Devin Haney got a fight schedule. I'm trying to think of whoever else is at 135. But I'm also trying to think of the way that Tank Davis moves. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's usually little less, very small chances of him winning. Um, I mean, of him fighting someone that could actually beat him, unless. So I thought about two people. I thought about Teofimo Lopez. And I thought about Keith Thurman. I thought about Keith Thurman first. I think Keith Thurman, if he's going to do something outside of Isaac Cruz, I thought about Keith Thurman. And then Keith Thurman coming down to like a 144 catch weight or something that's going to drain him. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. What do you guys think? Because I'm being trying to be realistic. I'm not going to see Tank Davis. We're not going to see Tank Davis fighting someone that has where he's not going to be the favorite. I'm expecting Tank, whoever is going to be a favorite. And if he is going to fight a welterweight like Keith Thurman, I'm expecting there to be some sort of catch weight there, which would be bad for Keith at this point in his career. So I think with Tank, if there is indeed a big fight, like a real big fight, or some kind of a shocker fight, a fight that we wasn't expecting. I even thought of Inoue. I know I said I'm not expecting that fight to happen, like not now, but you never know. I think if there's money there to be made, you just never know. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you never know. If they're saying it's a big fight, a real big fight, I'm expecting Thurman more than anyone. You know, I even seen people saying Crawford. You know, I don't know about all that. I don't think Tim Tszyu could be the face of boxing. No offense, he's a good fighter. I like him. I just don't see. I think there would have been some buzz for him already. I think he can be the face of, Australia, maybe out there, but I don't know. I can't see him being the face of boxing. Nah. Like how Canelo is right now. Nah. Yeah, that was a bad decision, man. Jessica didn't win half those rounds. I'll tell you right now. I mean, the fight was competitive. It wasn't like a blowout or anything like that, but I think Sandy did better. What's up, Olaf? Xander Zayas against Jesus Ramos is a little too soon. I've thought about that. What you said about the Mexican Puerto Rican rivalry, it would be great at some point. Ramos is young, Xander is young, so that's a fight that I can see happening at some point. But Xander needs more fights. Ramos is at the championship top. He's like a fight away from being fighting for a title. You know what I mean? What's up, Mike G? So I'm not expecting that fight to happen now, but I do see it happening in the future. But Zayas is good. Zayas is good, and he's very disciplined. What I like about him, I saw his fight. Was it last week? A week or two ago? He's good. He's very disciplined. He got talent, but I'm not gonna put him in there with any of those top guys yet. Not yet. Oh, you talking about 5 years from now? Oh, okay. My fault. My fault. My fault. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I agree with you 100%. My bad. My bad. I didn't know we were still on that. I think Conor Benn is gonna stop him. I don't think it's anything with PEDs when it comes to him stop. He's gonna stop this guy. But I see this guy fight unless what's his name? Conor Benn went to distance with this guy. What's this guy's name? He looked terrible in that fight. Where the guy was just Granados, Adrian Granados. He went the distance with him because Granados did not want to engage with him. It is what it is. So, fights can I don't know if this guy's a mover or not, but I think the thing with Connor is he looks phenomenal when he's fighting someone that's either A, not a puncher or standing right in front of him. You know what I mean? Apollo, do I think YouTube boxing will die out in the next year or two? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You mean like the YouTube? You mean like the content creators that are fighting in these fights, like Jake Paul and all? Nah, it's not gonna stop. There's an audience for it. There's an audience for it, and I don't follow it that much. I've covered Jake Paul fights. I haven't covered anything else though, not really. The KSIs and I don't. They're showing a promo for it now. I don't know who any of these people are. I didn't even know who Jake Paul was until he fought the basketball player Nate Robinson. All right, so Connor Benn is next, y'all. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me just I'm gonna just run to the bathroom real quick. Sonny Edwards and Jesse Bam Rodriguez is gonna unify. They're actually in the ring right now. Should be a good fight, man. Should be a really good fight. Can't wait to do a breakdown for that fight. Do I think Chris Eubank will get a legit belt at 160? Um, yeah, possibly if he's not fighting like Janibek, or like a Carlos Adames. If he could fight like maybe like Jaime Munguia or something like that. Maybe something that's lucrative for him, something that's worth the risk. All right, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, you guys hear me? You guys hear me? All right. All right. So we just waiting for this Conor Ben fight to start. Who is the IBF champ at 160? Is it vacant? Oh, let me see. Let me look at what's going on over there at 160. So uh Vincenzo Guattieri. I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. Uh but I know he's gonna be fighting Janovic in October. So I guess he's the currently the champion. When he win this title? Oh, he fought Falcao. Okay. I didn't watch that fight, but I remember hearing about that fight. All right, so he's a champion. Uh so Janovic is going to be facing him, and that's going to be actually be a unification match because Janovic is a WBO champ, and this guy Vincenzo is the IBF. Uh, and then you have like, of course, you have Lara has the WBA title, and then you have Jamal that has a WBC. Yeah, that's a bullshit division. But you have Carlos Adames with the interim channel, interim title. Yeah, because what happened was Triple G was the WBA and Lara was his mandatory, and he Triple G vacated a couple of his belts at 160. So I mean, I don't know what's going on at 160. It's just like a bunch of random shit going on up there. All right, Conor Ben is coming out. Let's go. Let's get this quick so we can get to this main event, man. By the way, this if you guys are not watching, this is a very small venue here in Orlando. This fight, where this fight is at. Um, I mean, I'm surprised it's there. I think this is something that they should have had at the Hulu theater in New York or something in a garden, the mini theater. Um, I know Conor Ben can't have it in the UK, can't fight in the UK right now. But Hitchins is from New York, you know what I mean? And this should have been promoted in New York simply because Hitchins is from New York. He's from Brooklyn. And you got Zepeda who's fought here. He's knocked out Jose Vargas in New York. You know what I mean? Like he's familiar here. And then you got Conor Ben. They're fighting in this small arena in Orlando. Like they should have just had it here in New York. I would have went to this fight tonight if this was here, if this was a local fight. Because nobody in Conor Ben as famous as he is out in the UK, he's not famous out in Orlando. Like this doesn't make sense. There's no one in this. This is a very small venue, like very small. Um, I don't know. Like you got guys seated on like right next. I mean, no matter where you're sitting, you're pretty much ringside. I mean, Connor Ben is probably wanted to get on a card and fight. But yeah, they should have had this fight. Connor Ben's coming out to the Fuji's. He's gonna knock this guy out quick. Let's see. He said it seems like MVP and Matchroom's trying to make that spot a business. I mean, all right. But there's a time and a place for it though. You know, it's a very, very small venue. Very, very small. All right, guys. So what round? What round are you guys predicting? You guys think that Connor's gonna try to get a couple of rounds in before he stops him, or you think he's gonna just try to stop him in the very first round? Somebody left a comment under my video with Zhang and Joyce. That's what I call a Chinese takeout. It's pretty funny. Kind of might knock him out like in the first round, bro. I don't think he planned, or at least try to. Tiny venue fights are fun. I ain't gonna lie though, they are fun, but it's like, why you having a fight there, man? Kind of been looking like he ready to blitz this dude. He might go out there and do a Stone Cold Stunner or something. Not Stone Cold City. What's the move where they do the spear? Goldberg. I'm thinking of Goldberg. For you wrestling fans out there. All right, round one. This guy Orozco got a clear height and reach advantage over Conor Benn. I mean, most of these guys do. Conor Benn, a lot of feinting, lands a jab, changing levels. Yeah, he does have a lot of knockouts, and Conor Benn has been hurting down before. So, oh, big 1-2 from Conor Benn. Another combination from Ben. Ben lands a big right hand to the body, but Orozco's coming forward. Rosa's coming on. He's in here to fight. He's fighting. Oh, big right hand lands for Conor Benn. Orozco's still coming forward though, y'all. Orozco's is pushing Ben and backing him up. He's much bigger than Ben. No, nice short right hand lands for Orozco. Oh, they both trade right hands, but Conor backs him up. Orozco's coming forward. He's here to fight, man. He's not letting him get bullied. Nice left hook to the body. Uh-oh. This guy's coming at. Conor's backing up. Another right hand to the body lands. Oh, Conor Benn caught him with a right and a left, but the guy ate it. I thought the guy was about to fall down, but he ate it, man. This guy can take a punch, man. You know what I mean? He doesn't have any stoppages, but he has 3 losses. So maybe this is a good round, man. This is a good round. Okay, this guy is not here to lay down. Kind of got a box a little bit here. You don't want to lose to this dude. You ain't gonna never hear the end of it. This guy's coming forward, smothering Conor. Got him against the ropes. Landing a few shots in between. Conor's still getting the better of him though. He's landing the more effective shots here, but this guy has not stopped coming. Oh, Conor hit him with another right hand. Conor has hit him with shots that he's knocked out people with before. He's taken every big shot from Conor Benn. Conor Benn landed at least 4 or 5 huge shots that I've seen him knock out other fighters with so far. Again, he might just be, he's a Mexican fighter. He's never been knocked out before, even with the losses. I'm sorry. Yep, he's taking his punches. This dude has a chin. Tell you though, we already know. I mean, some of y'all already said it. Yo, if this goes a distance, they're gonna be questioning the PEDs. A lot of people are watching this fight tonight. Kind of been landing some big right hands, man. This guy keeps coming forward though, and he's being smart by pushing him back. Kind of being started out quick, landing the uppercut. Nice hook from Orozco. They're both just throwing bombs. This is a war. Connor's still getting the better of him though. You can tell the difference of the skill. Roscoe's got cut on his right eye now. You can see his face is red too a little bit. Man, listen, if this guy Roscoe can, listen, I don't know how many of these big shots he's gonna take. All right, because the damage is starting to show now in the second round. But if he can, he if he can find a way to keep pressuring him like the way he is without taking so much damage and let this guy burn out, he could have some success in the second half. But Conor, he caught Conor with a short right hand just now and another right hand. Conor's backing up. He's on the ropes, trying to slip around. I mean, he didn't hurt Conor, but Conor's taking some punches here. He got to be careful. This guy got power, man. Conor looks fine. He's not taking any visible damage, but a big right hand from Conor. Oh, this is a fight, y'all. This shit is a good ass fight. Conor's starting to look. This guy is coming at him, man. Conor got to be careful, man. This guy got him on the ropes again now, and he's going to his body, and Conor is forced to tie up. Oh, another short right hand lands for Conor Benn, but Roscoe is just working on him on the inside and on against the ropes. Again, he's a bigger man, and he's keeping Conor on the ropes as long as he can. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Conor got to stop headhunting and go into the body a little bit. This guy has a very, very good chin. Clearly, go to the body. He's going to the body some, but he needs to do it a little bit more because this guy is eating everything he's landing so far. I know it's only 2 rounds. It's 10 seconds left in the second. Pops not here, man. Thank you. He'll be watching the video. He watches all the videos. Please hit the thumbs up, by the way. If you guys are here, man, let's get these likes up, man. All right, let's get to 100 likes. Let's try to get everybody in the room. Hit the thumbs up for me real quick. Do me that favor. Thank you. There's a clash of heads too. That's what caused the cut. So there wasn't even from a punch. So this guy got cut, but it wasn't from a punch. That's a big deal here because Connor's landed the right shots, but he hasn't been able to hurt this guy. Connor just landed another right hand. I'm telling you, these guys, Sammy Vargas and Algieri, all of these guys went to sleep when they got caught with these shots before. Oh, Connor caught him with a 1-2. Ducked underneath and caught him with a. Connor got to finish him off. He hurt him. He actually hurt him that time. Orozco's on the ropes right now, and this is a very, very good fight. Benn has him on the ropes, trying to. Another right hand lands from Benn. Benn is just walking him down now. Oh, another 1-2. Another 1-2 right through the guard of Orozco. This guy has a phenomenal chin, man. I mean, PEDs or not, this guy got a crazy chin. Connor looks fast, looks extremely just as fast as he's looked in previous fights. But this guy is just taking his power, man. And he's coming back again. He's coming back again. Halfway through the third round. Roscoe is now hitting with club and right hands because Connor is on the ropes and he doesn't want to get off the ropes. He better be careful, man. This guy's hitting Connor too much. Connor's hitting him back, but the guy's Connor gotta. Oh, they both changed right hands. Somebody's going down soon. That's all I gotta say. Guys, this is a good fight. This has been the most action-packed fight so far today. Kind of starting to use the ring a little bit more now. Now he's starting to box a little bit, slipping. He's still slipping, jabbing, landing right hands. But this guy is taking all of his punches, man. This guy doesn't stop coming. Oh my God, he's not slowing down. Connor might have a little cut on his right. I don't know if it's from the other guy's blood. I gotta look at. This fight is crazy, bro. This fight is crazy. Third round just ended. Third round just ended. Conor is winning the fight, but this guy is a beast. He's fighting. Third round just ended. This guy's a beast, man. These guys been taking bombs from Conor for 3 rounds straight. These 3 rounds feel like they're it feels like we watched 5 rounds already. Conor's been doing look, they're showing a slow mo. He's landing to the body. He's doing all kind of shit, but this guy just keeps firing back at him. Conor got to stay off the ropes though. That's where he doesn't belong. Big left hook from Conor Benn. Orozco goes to the body, lands a left hook to the body. Got Conor Benn back. He's trying to muscle his way in and watch the head, Conor. Definitely the best, most action-packed fight I've seen today. I mean, from both sides. Nice defense from Conor. He's slipping some shots there, ducking underneath for right hands. He's fighting a little smarter this round. Not as explosive, but he looks like he's setting up the right hand. Lands another right hand. Oh, another left hook. Yo, this guy, can he? I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but Conor is hitting him with everything, man. Conor's hitting him with everything. This guy just does not want to stop coming forward. He hasn't even been knocked down yet. Nice right hand to the body from Conor and uppercut. All right. Just over halfway through the 4th round. This is probably Conor's smartest round so far. I think Roscoe's is starting to, I think that damage is starting to come in a little bit because, he's not really, it's not really landing much on Conor this round. Tell you though, I'm looking at Benn. He has not stopped throwing. He hasn't seemed to really slow down that much neither. To see how he keeps looking as these rounds just keep piling up. Roscoe, nice jab. Good body work from Conor. Nice chopping right hand from Orozco. I would have Boots beating Conor Benn if they were to fight right now. Conor looks good. He just can't stop this guy. At least not yet. I still got Boots beating him. I mean, Conor, he's extremely explosive. He's extremely fast. Well, I think there's a lot like Boots's game is just much deeper than Benn. He's bigger than Benn. He's explosive too. He can switch. Uh, I can't even tell which position he's better at yet. You know what I mean? Um, he has power too. He's fast too. All right, we're going into the fifth round, I believe. I mean, Connor's winning every round. It's just the fact that this guy is not slowing down, and Connor's not slowing down either. Connor already landed like 3 uppercuts and 2 right hooks. How much damage does this guy got to take before he goes down? He's taking everything. Connor's landed at least good 10 power shots this round. Watch the head. Watch the head. There's headbutts. Yeah, he's complaining. Orozco. Jerron Ennis. Conor Benn is winning every round. It's just that this guy has been on his ass the whole time. Paul. And I'm hungry. Nice right here from Orozco. He's going back in. Got Conor back in the corner. Conor's trying to tie up now. Push him off. Orozco's coming in. Lands an uppercut. Using his size on Conor. I like Conor's his cardio has been pretty good though. But now Roscoe's landing a lot of shots here, and it's halfway through this fifth round. He's coming at Conor, man. Conor comes back, clips him with a right hand. Conor's starting to lose it a little bit here. Gotta be a little concerned right here because he's been eating a lot of punches this past 30 seconds or so. Yeah, where's the jab? He kind of lands. He needs to go back to that jab and going back to using that ring like he was before. See, what I'm wondering here, though, this is the only thing that I'm curious about Conor here. With this fight going the way that it's going, is the if I'm not, I don't know if he's on PEDs or not, or was on PEDs or not. But what I'm saying is that having some kind of influence of the power, because Conor looks like himself and he's moving like himself, he's boxing like himself, but this guy, is it just his chin, or is he's less powerful? You know what I mean? Cardio rise and moving and everything else, explosiveness is the same. But this guy is just eating everything that Conor is throwing, and he's not slowing down one bit. Yeah, it was a good round for Orozco. It's a good round. It's probably his best round there. I don't know if it's enough to win the round, but that's definitely his best round. Main event next: Richardson Hitchins against Jose Zepeda. I'm starving, man. Haven't eaten since before the first fight with Joe Joyce. All right, here we go. We in our round 6. Did Orozco win that last round? It's possible he might have won that last round. That was his best round. I don't know if it was enough to win, but he had a good round. I want to see more body work from Conor. By the way, this is a 10 rounder, so we're halfway through. Um, Chris Mannix has 4 rounds to 1. Gave the last one to Orozco. Conor got to keep his hands up, man. Nice right hand lands for Conor. Nice pull, Cano. pull counter. This guy's chin is phenomenal, man. Now, as far as the eye, it's been bad for a little while, but it doesn't seem like it's getting that much worse. The cut is still there, but it's not out of control. It hasn't bled bad since the round where the cut came. He has swelling underneath his right eye, but it's not. It's there, but it's not like affecting his sight. Not from what I'm seeing. All right, we're halfway through the eighth. A minute 15 seconds left in the round. Connor's slower round for Orozco. Connor's boxing. Nice chopping right hand. Roscoe can fight on the inside pretty good. He's been landing some good chopping right hands on the inside. I know he has the longer arms and he's taller, but he's been able to land and connect some good shots on the inside there with just very little space. Nice 1-2 from Connor. Connor headbutted him again. Not purposely, but it was a headbutt there on the left side of Orozco's face. You know what it is? Is when Connor bends to his right, he comes up like this. You know what I mean? Oh, nice short right hand counter from Connor. 10 seconds left in the six. Good body shot from Roscoe. All right, sixth round in the books. This might go the distance. I think I wasn't expecting it clearly because I said it earlier that I wasn't expecting but this guy ends up he's pretty durable, man. He's extremely durable and he's there to fight. He's coming forward. Tough fight for Connor, man. Good test though. Good. Yo, it's good. It's a good test, man. You know, say what you want. Connor looks like himself, though. Let me tell you that. I will keep reminding you guys. Connor looks like himself. He looks great. He just can't get this guy out of here. Oh, yeah. But he's also fighting a guy that's bigger, much bigger than him. You know, I mean, we know Connor's short, even at 147. He's definitely short, but all right. But we're in the seventh round now. I've only given a Roscoe the fifth round. Oh, watch the leaning. Yep. Connor needs to do more body shot. He should have been doing that earlier. Nice combination lands for Connor. 30 seconds into the seventh round. And Roscoe starting to let his hand go on the inside. Connor has not taken much damage. I mean, outside of a little bit of cuts on the top of his head, um, to the face, he looks fine. You know what I mean? He looks like this like a very small amount of swelling. Oh, big shot from Connor. This guy just keeps coming forward, man. Nice body shot from Connor. This guy's eating a body shot too. This guy's just unstoppable, man. I'm curious to know how many punches Connor's been throwing, power punches. Oh man. Roscoe caught him. 50 seconds left in the seventh. Now they go into exchange. Connor caught him with a good left hook. Roscoe's still coming. This guy's eating punches and he's just walking forward. He's coming forward. We haven't seen him really hurt in a while. I mean, I don't know. Connor just have to prepare to a decision win because this guy is just not going down. He's not getting hurt too bad. Roscoe got him on the ropes again. Caught him with a right hand to the body. Connor's touching him with a couple of shots though in between the exchange. Seventh round in the bags, in the books. I'm tired, man. She's showing Zepeda warming up. Again, I got Hitchins. I got Hitchins winning a decision win. Yeah, man, I had a Red Bull, but man, I don't know, yo. This guy's cut's pretty bad. He has two cuts. He has a cut up on his eyebrow, and then he has a cut above, like on his, yeah, right on the eyelid too. He has two of them, and they're both pretty wide, but not stoppable cuts, but they're pretty bad cuts. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm gonna have a drink, man, because I'm tired. The Red Bull didn't do anything for me. I just need some sleep, man. Yeah, Marcus, the cut man's earning his check, man, because the bleeding has been cut down. I mean, we haven't seen much bleeding since the cut. Oh, Connor got some nice exchanges there, some nice right hands that landed between those exchanges, but this guy is just he's taking them still. Can't even slow him down. I actually want to see this guy Orozco fight someone else. They'll probably use him again against another guy that's either coming up or like a stay busy fight, a tune up for somebody because this guy's tough. I gotta give it to him. He's been extremely durable, man. And since the first round, he's taken shots that I've seen Connor knock other fighters out with easy. And Connor's been going to the body as well. Trojan Pigeon says he mixed vodka and tequila. You crazy. Connor's back on the ropes, but he's been doing a good job blocking and slipping shots. Still, 45 seconds left in the eighth. Kind of caught him with a short right hand, ducked underneath, pivoted around. Caught him with two left hooks, one to the body, one up top. Nice. Connor moves well, man. One thing about him, though, I got to give him credit. He moves extremely well, man. He knows how to spin right around these guys. Um, he moves extremely well, man, and he's clearly improving in that area. Not saying he was ever bad, but you know he moves well. He's super athletic. No, Connor is a very exciting fighter. I'm never gonna miss his fights. He's very exciting to watch. I do want to see him fight like Virgil. I don't know. Virgil Ortiz is moving up, but I would like to see like a Boots or a Stan Jonas fight at least. Or put him in there with like put him with somebody on the come up or someone that's seasoned, like a Keith Thurman or something. You know what I mean? And he's taking some shots too, and he hasn't been hurt by this guy. But again, I really don't know how good this guy is. All I know is that he's had a ton of fights in Mexico, and he has a good KO percentage, but he hasn't been fighting anyone. You know what I mean? So I really don't know how to rate this guy. All right, I think we're in round 9, and it's 10-round fight. This might go the distance, man. So Roscoe's picking up the pace here. Connor is, he's using the ring again. He's tying up. At this point, Connor's been boxing like in a way that he's trying to set him up. Oh, Connor caught him with a short right hand and followed up with 2 more punches. And this guy took it. You see sweat flying over the place. But this guy just he cannot hurt this dude. No matter what he lands, no matter how many combinations he's landed, he just can't get this guy out of there, man. This guy is legit. It's crazy. Fist, no. I did not hear that. I did say earlier though that um I did say that if Captain Ford is saying that Tinker's gonna have a big fight, and the first name that I thought was Keith Thurman, simply because it's not a fight that we would expect to happen. Um, he said catchweight at 145. I said 144 earlier. I didn't hear that. So I've been on here most of the time, so I haven't heard any news. So I don't know how legit that is, but I've been on here, so I haven't heard anything. Connor Benn been slipping a lot. That's the second time I seen him slip this round. Nice body shot though. Oh, Connor Benn caught him with a huge right hand, and he should have followed it up. This guy, Connor's trying to get him out. Connor has him hurt a little bit, but this guy recovers quickly though. 30 seconds left in the 9th round. He's caught him with a couple really big shots this round here. This guy's head is he just doesn't want to he doesn't go down. He just doesn't he can't hurt this guy. Yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about the Keith Thurman thing. We was just talking about it like a half hour ago though. I haven't heard anything about Keith Thurman, Tank Davis. I just assume that that's who is the big next opponent in that it would be possibly with a catch weight. But we'll see. I just hope it's not Isaac Cruz. At the end of the day, man, if that fight were to really go down, I still would rather see Tank fight a real true 135 pounder like Shakur Stevenson. I know Devin Haney's moved up, but I know Keith Thurman's a 147 pounder and all that. former champion, former unified champion. But I don't like these fights where there's like a catchweight and it's a couple of divisions up and like because like it's like if Keith loses, we all gonna say that it's because of the weight, or if Keith loses, we gonna just say that he's washed up, but he's also drained. I don't want to have to say that. I want to see Tank fight someone that is in their prime, an elite fighter in his prime. Yeah, I thought about Frank Martin too, but I don't know if that's as you know, it's not a big fight. It's a fight that I would expect from them. Kind of landed another sweeping right hand. Another right hand for Lance for Connor. We are in the final round. Minute 50 seconds left. It's a good fight. No, it is a good fight. And I even said that that's possibly the reason why he didn't take the Shakur fight. He probably there's a possibility that he might be Tank Davis's next opponent. And Frank didn't look good in his last fight, so that's how these guys like to fight you. They like to fight when you look vulnerable. You know what I mean? Oh man, I'm tired. Uh, 1 minute left. 1 minute 10 seconds left, and Orozco is trying to come back, but he would need a knockout here. I've only given him one round. Oh man, let's get this fight going, man. Let's go. Let's go. All right, fight's gone. Good fight. Good fight. The best. I think that was the most action-packed fight I've seen today. Um, Good fight. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It didn't really answer any questions for me. Kind of still fights like himself. He just couldn't stop this guy with the crazy chin. All right. Give me a second, guys. Main event is next, by the way. Hitchins against Zepeda. Yo, Olaf said, Mike G said, I think kind of needs his pills. Olaf said, so I guess without PEDs, he can't starch a 30-1 underdog. Damn. Ralph says Ennis would smash Ben. He would. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Yo, you guys heard that? You guys heard that scorecard? One of the judges gave Orozco 4 rounds. Scored at 96-94. I had it. I only gave him one, really, but I'm sure he might have at least won another one. Oh, his father's in there with him. Let me see what he said. He said he needed the rounds. Nah, you was trying to knock him out, bro. They booing him in the crowd. Why are they even fighting there? Let's be real. Come on. He should at least be fighting it. Why are they fighting Orlando, man? The fight is over. Conor Benn won a decision. Went the distance. Last fight's coming up next. That was a big guy, though. He fought a big guy. In December, wants to bring you back in the UK. He's built some business with the British Boxing Board of Control. How important is it for you to get that business resolved before you get back in the ring again? Does he beat Eubank? I don't know. Eubank is coming off his best performance. I'll tell you one thing, Connor's a beast. He's extremely explosive. So in that sense, he would be hard to deal with Chris Eubank, but I don't know. If they're still looking to have a catch weight, though, that might be an issue for Eubank. He shouldn't agree to having a catch weight. Like, you gotta fight me at 60. You know what I mean? Especially because they can't fight outside of the US. Guys, I'll be back in 2 seconds, man. I just need a couple of minutes. I just want to munch down a couple bites. What's going on, podcast? This is your boy Ahmed. I'm about Bullet, and this is the Fight Night Update presented by DraftKings. We're talking about Hitchins, Harry favorite over Jose Zepeda Barack because of his last performance against Powell. But even before that, the guy's been looking phenomenal, right? Like the talent that we always thought he was when he was with Mayweather Promotions. Right. He's not fighting a dead dog. He's fighting a live dog against Zepeda. So my question to you, my first question I'm going to pose is, what does Zepeda have to do to knock him off the track that he's on right now and upset the apple cart? That's a good point. You know, everybody says, oh, when you fight at a box like that, you got to get dirty, you got to get this, you got to push him up against the ropes. That's kind of true. I mean, if you can outbox, you got to get on the inside. When you're dealing with somebody like Hitchins, he controls distance so well, like literally, I think he's ready for the top guys in his division. So it's going to be hard for Zepeda. That particular style that Zepeda has, it's going to be hard for him to get on the inside and do damage to Hitchins as good as he is with his footwork. So, in other words, you're saying that it's never going to happen. Look, no, I just say it's hard. He really just hit. Hitchins really just hit. No, I agree with you totally. I think he has to make the fight dirty. And when I say dirty, I don't mean that literally. I'm just talking about figuratively. You have to get in there and All right, guys. Thank you. I had to eat something, man. I ain't eat since earlier. AO says it's been 2 hours looking for Zhang and Joyce fight. Oh my god, Big Bang tore through Joyce like a hot knife through butter. Yeah, man, it was bad, man. I mean, Joyce looked good in the first round. You know, you could tell he was working on his defense a little bit, but all it took for Zhang to do is just press forward and it was over. You know what I mean? Zhang's Olaf says Zhang ended Joyce's career just like he said he was going to do. Zhang won't get a title shot after looking like that. Like looking like that. Oh, you never know. It could be ordered, especially if Tyson Fury is not going to do anything. Launchpad Ben won decision. Gordy says dominant performance from Ben, bigger, stronger, more explosive than ever. Hardest puncher ever says hitting Mexicans to the body is where it's at. Yeah, but you know, he actually went to the body pretty not consistently, but this guy just wasn't getting hit by any hurting by anything, you know what I mean? What's up, Afro Rican G? What's good? Guys, let's get up to 100 likes, man. Can you do me that big favor before this fight starts? Everybody smash the thumbs up for me, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, hit them likes, man. What y'all doing? Yeah, I mean, that's the a lot of Mexican fans like to say that, you know, I guess from what I see, a lot of them like to take credit in saying that they're tough and they're durable and you know what I'm saying, they got good chins and they're there to fight. Um but you know, but a lot of the greater Mexican fighters was able to change it up, you know, and fight like slicker styles and stuff like that. Not like slick, but you know what I'm saying, like adjust and box really well. You know, I don't think all of them is just this rugged, tough, rugged style. That's not true. A lot of them have that style, but a lot of them, some of the great ones was able to switch it up and adjust. Hit them nice. So wave. I saw Mosley versus Forrest one fight and think Terrence beats Shane Mosley. I mean, when you look at a fight where he lost, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. Um, I think that I think Shane at that time, I don't know. I mean, I'm a big Shane fan, man. Shane lost that fight, but you can make an argument that Forrest just had his number, man. This guy beat him in the amateurs too. Like he just could not beat that guy. I like Shane's chances in his prime over anybody that these guys have faced at 147, or even whatever. I like Shane's chances more than Spence's chances was, or anybody else that Crawford fought. You know what I mean? Shane beat Oscar in his prime. Shane had a great run at 135 too. Shane was super fast, super explosive, man. And he was super powerful. He was like the only one that really badly hurt Floyd. Floyd got hurt too by Corley. Zepeda's doing his ring walk, y'all. Arthur said Oscar would be a harder fight than Shane for Bud. You think so? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think eh, yeah, I can see where you're going with that. That's not a bad argument. Shane without EPL. Yeah. That's the problem when you get tested positive. I mean, I believe that was around the rematch, but you could always, you know, suggest that he might have been using it earlier than that. Charles says Punch thinks Thurman versus Bud would have been great. Back when Keith was one time. Yeah, I actually think that yeah. Keith is what have been tough for anybody, but Keith's weakness is pretty clear, and if it came out, depending on when Keith, which time he fought Keith, Keith is very weak to the body, and a problem with Keith is he doesn't like to tie up. He gets a good shot and he likes to move. He doesn't know how to tie up. It's like at a point where he just don't tie up at all. Um, but yeah, Keith, I like Keith chances style wise more than Arrows as well. Um, Keith was Keith was good, but I think Arrow. I'm not sorry. I think Bud would have probably beat him too. I got Hitchins winning this, y'all. I got him winning the decision. I think he's just too slick, man. I think he's too quick, too slick. Defensively, he's good. I think that at this point, he's facing a guy like Zepeda at the right time. Will says Thurman had a short prime. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. He was plagued with injuries, man. He had a short prime. He started having injuries very early, you know. You know, yeah. And he was inactive, you know. Well, wasn't Sean Porter and Keith Thurman was delayed because of the car accident, and then I think after that it was always delays and injuries after that. Danny Lopez, Yeah, his prime was all the way up to Sean Porter because he had injuries before the Danny Garcia fight. I think. Um, yeah, his prime was pretty short, man. My favorite Keith Thurman fight. One of my favorite Keith Thurman fights was the Diego Chavez fight. That was one of my favorite fights. Uh, before Sean Porter, the Diego Chavez fight was one of my favorite fights. I remember watching that live. They were both undefeated. I think that was on the who else fought that night? Berto Soto Carras. It's a good fight. Yeah, Keith Thurman's prime was short, man. Because everything got screwed up after that. He fought Danny after Sean. And then after that, that's when all the injuries occurred. Took 2 years off to fight Lopez. Fought Manny after that. Took 3 years off to fight Mario Barrios. Let's go. Who you guys got? Let me know in the comments, man. Let me know you guys got. You got Hitchins. You got Zepeda. I got Hitchins by decision, like I said earlier. Yeah, I'm doing a Charlo Canelo breakdown. That'll be out either if not by tomorrow, Monday. I'll have it out by Monday morning. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it tomorrow. I'm probably not gonna do it tomorrow morning. I'll probably do it Monday. I have it out. Do I remember Frankie Gomez? Sound familiar, but I don't remember. All right, round one. Yeah, Thurman won by a body shot. All right, round one. You got Zepeda, the southpaw, Hitchins, the orthodox, and Zepeda is coming forward. See a big height difference between the two, and there's a reach. There is a reach difference. Jab lands for Hitchins. Hmm. This is gonna be a chess match, but there's gonna probably be moments of this fight where it's gonna turn up a little bit. Another jab lands for Hitchins. Zepeda lands a left to the body. Hitchens is very quick, man. He's got good reflexes. Good jab from Hitchens so far. Yeah, Zepeda's being very patient. We know he has the power advantage here. Hitchens is shown to have the speed advantage here. 1 minute left in the first. Filling out round for both. Not much action so far. Zepeda lands a straight left to the body. Hitchens is definitely using a ring so far. Zepeda lands another left to the body. Another nice left to the body. Hitchens counters with a jab. A lot of body shots from Zepeda so far. Zepeda is catching him with a hook to the body every time Hitchens pivots around him. Now I don't think Hitchens is a big puncher. I'm not saying he's a soft puncher, but nah, this is not for a vacant title. I don't believe so. I'll double check though. I don't believe it's for a vacant title though. I think it's for like a junior title maybe. IBF North American Super Lightweight, WBC Silver Lightweight, Super Lightweight, WBO, NABO Super Lightweight. So these are all probably ranked high ranking positions. I don't know. They'll probably be the winner will probably be a fight or two away from an actual title fight. Yeah, we're going into the second round. I think you can give that round to Zepeda. I think he landed. I know Hitchens landed. I mean, it's a filling out round. Both mainly landed jabs. Zepeda landed some decent power shots to the body. So I'm giving Zepeda the first, but very, very filling out round. They're giving it to Hitchens, I think. Filling out round though. Zepeda's kind of being the aggressor. Nice jab from Hitchens. Hitchens been timing that jab every time. Not every time, but Zepeda will lunge in and Hitchens will catch him with a jab on the way in. Nice 1-2 from Hitchens. That's what I was waiting for. We didn't get none of that in the first round. Yeah, Zepeda doesn't really move his head much, so I was expecting Hitchens to really start popping off with that straight right hand. Hitchens is very quick, man. Oh man. Whoa, whoa, be careful there. Not much happening, guys. If I'm quiet, it's just these guys a nice right hand from Hitchens. He's starting to get his shit off a little bit. 40 seconds left in the second. You could tell, like, with the distance, Zepeda's having a little bit of trouble because he keeps trying to ambush Hitchens and he's kind of lunging in. And Hitchens has just been stepping around him. Hitchens is really getting his jab off this round. Good round for Hitchens. Great round for Hitchens. He's just too quick, on his feet. He's quick. Clear round for Hitchens. Yeah, this is live. We live right now. We live. The fight is on. Yeah, Damien, you already know, man. Yeah, like I said earlier, I like doing these smaller cards because I just know like the hard cards are gonna be here, a lot of hard cards are gonna be here, and that's it. No people ain't gonna be trolling and all that stuff. There's more boxes, more boxing. We on the zone right now watching Hitchins. Connor Ben just fought. Now we're watching Hitchins and Zepeda. We in round three. So I got a 1-1, but the second round was clearly Hitchins' round. So Hitchins gotta watch the right hook. Zepeda caught him with that as he was spinning or as he was moving to his left to get out of danger. Hitchins is very good at controlling distance, man. He's staying right at the range where he wants to be. And Zepeda is struggling to get in range to land something clean. These step backs is just is working in his favor really, really good right now. His feet is just quick, man. Halfway through the third round, still anyone's round. There's a little bit of swelling underneath Zepeda's right eye, a little bit, little like a little baby cut, but it's there. I see it. So he's doing something. Hitchens is doing something here. The way that Hitchens is fighting is just gonna force Zepeda to be more aggressive and leave himself open to get hit. Hitchens is very, very he likes to fight at this pace and he's willing to stay, being patient if it's working for him. It's just that Zepeda right now is having a hard time. Richards caught him with a right hand, right down the middle, and then caught him with a jab on his way out. 20 seconds left in the third. Another Hitchens round so far. Zepeda catches him with a right to the body. But that's like the one shot. Nice counter from Hitchens, and he follows up with another right hand behind it. I have it 2-1. Hitchens. Guys saying Hitchens got to engage a little bit more. Yeah, I would like him to too. But I know the way he fights, he's gonna be more. He's safe. He's a safety first type of fighter. You know what I mean? What's going on in Hitchens' corner? They're laughing about it now that I guess his coach is getting advice off the phone. in between a round, and everybody's kind of just, I guess, trying to give him advice. I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. I mean, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. You're saying Floyd is giving him advice? I honestly think that Hitchins is gonna he's gonna step it up in certain points like he did last round. But I think he's counting on Zepeda lunging in and leaving himself open for a big shot. You know, I think that's what the plan is. I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna stick to exactly what they're doing. I think so, Charles. I think they might let Bomac out. I think once. I mean, I don't know any. If you know, I don't know anything that's going on, but I feel that um if he's the owner of the gun that they had found him with, they'll probably work something out and just make sure that he's banned from coming back. So I think they're gonna let him go, but I think he's not gonna be able to go back over there. That's what I think is gonna happen. I do want to see some more right hands from Hitchens, though. It's just not enough. I mean, a lot of jabs, and I love the jab, but I want him to, like periods like that where Zepeda, Zepeda is gonna lunge in, so and he might be waiting for it. There's times where Zepeda is coming in too, lunging in with his head down, and step back, throw the uppercut. You know what I mean? Where's the check left hook? Wh- he has he's capable of doing these things. He has the tools for it. So I just kind of want him to hit him with something that's gonna matter. I don't know how long he needs to keep waiting, but you don't know what these judges are, you don't know how they're scoring these fights, but Zepeda looks very, very frustrated. So again, I think he just is. I think the game plan is to wait until you know he walks himself into a good shot. Yeah, this was Russia. Then Womack, we might not ever see him again unless they trade him for a terrorist or something. Yeah, this fight is actually going exactly how I expected to go. You know, Hitchens is a defensive fighter. He's opened up a little bit more in his recent fights, but you're fighting the best fighter you faced up to this point, and you're fighting a puncher. So he's gonna be extra careful tonight. But I would like him to take a little bit risk. Good jab from Zepeda, almost caught him. Zepeda's trying to turn it up even more each round. He looks frustrated though, because he has to work so hard just to get in range. Another right hand lands for Hitchins. It's like reminds me of Floyd against Hatton a little bit. Floyd's just trying to Hatton's just coming straight forward, trying to rush him, and Floyd's just spinning and pivoting around him. Damon said Richard needs to take more chances. His corner's telling him right. Nice swivel jab lands for Zepeda. Lopez says we gave up a dude who sells nukes terrorists for a basketball player. Bomac will be fine. Yeah, I believe Bomac is going to be fine. That's why I made that last comment. I was being funny, saying you might trade him for a terrorist. Nah, but I think Bo Max is gonna be okay, just because he's the owner of the gun. If that is the case, we don't know what's going on. 45 seconds left to go. Hitchins is starting to open up a little bit. Oh, oh boy, I'm tired, man. Nice right to the body from Hitchins. All right, so Hitchins is going to stick to his plan and do what he's doing. Um, Again, I just think just to be a little safe, I think he needs to be a little bit more aggressive, throw a little bit more, just to play it safe. These judges, I think Hitchens is winning these rounds. It's just when you're not the aggressor, I don't know how they're looking at the fight. You know what I mean? Like G says, this fight is making me tired. Yeah, I'm tired, man. I've been tired. I've been tired for a minute. I've been tired since the Amon Williams fight. To be honest, because it was just a repetitive fight. I said I can't wait for the USB-C life on the iPhone. I got my new joint. I don't know. I think I'm gonna skip this new iPhone. I got a 14 Pro Max late, so I might just hold on to it until the next one. Nah, I have an iPhone, man. I have a I have the last one, but I got it late. I got it like earlier this year, like February or something like that. So I'm good on the phone right now. So we're in the sixth round now. Not much action, man. Um, Again, Zepeda is just lunging in, but I want to see Hitchens hit him with something heavy. You know what I mean? Just to wake him up a little bit, like just to wake us up too, because this is what I've seen from him in the past, just not on a higher level. I've seen him have these fights where people weren't impressed because they were bored. So I understand yeah, he's coming forward now, but it's more like Zepeda's backing up, and I think Zepeda's trying to trap him. I want to see him catch him lunging in with and catch him with a heavy shot. Yo, this guy Sergio Mora must be listening to me because he's saying exactly what he just said. I want to see him come in and land the uppercut as he's coming in. Zepeda caught him with a nice left to the body. Yeah, I actually enjoyed the Conor Ben show fight. I enjoyed it because the guy fought back and kept coming forward. You know, Zepeda is against the rope, and Hitch is catching him with right hands. 20 seconds left in the sixth round, y'all. Zepeda caught him on the right hook. This guy's defense is superb. Guys, seen any movies lately? You guys see Equalizer 3? I think that was the last movie I saw. Saw Equalizer 3. What else I've been watching lately? Equalizer 3 was all right. It was pretty good. It's not that much action, but when the action was on, it was good. It's just different. It's a lot different from the other two, though. But it was good. It's worth checking out. I like the environment, the change. It's different. Say you're waiting on a new Saw, man. They coming back out with Saw again. I remember watching the first Saw in a movie theater. I remember watching that. I think I was still in school. Richardson Hitchins is coming forward now. Okay, let's go. Let's let your hands go. Saw 10. It's gonna be the 10th Saw. Wow. That's gonna probably be crazy. I can't remember the last one. I had watched Spiral. That I couldn't get into that shit with the Chris Rock one. I didn't like that one. I don't know if I've seen them all. I think I've seen them all, but like there's probably a few. There's might be one that I might have not seen, and there's maybe one or two that there's probably a few of them where I only watched once and I don't remember what happened. You know what I'm saying? After like maybe four or five, I kind of stopped paying attention to those. You know what I mean? Um, what else I seen recently? Yeah, I go to the movies here and there. I still gotta watch this Star Wars show with the chick on Disney. At some point, I'm gonna get around to watching that. I heard that Oppenheimer was really, really good. This fight is boring. I was hoping it was gonna be like this. I was hoping it wasn't gonna be like this. But Cepeda is fighting. They might give him this round because he's trying to make a fight out of it. You know what I mean? Hitches has just been too slick, but he's not throwing enough. Just a headbutt. They're booing, man. I would boo too if I was there. Is it cut or nah? You guys see what was this movie? Damn. What's the movie with it came out months ago. Uh the other military movie with Thor. What's this guy that played Thor? Chris Helmsworth. What's the movie he was in where it's like it's the same director as John Wick? I can't think of it. It's on Netflix. You guys know what movie I'm talking about. Extraction 2. Extraction 2. That was good. I've seen that a couple times. Extraction 2 was good. I like the first Extraction, but the second one, that whole open to sea was is so good, man. I think Zepeda got a bad gash on the top of his head from that headbutt. Like it's really bad. You can see it. He has hair, but you can see that the gash is pretty deep. I'm not really into horror like that, not anymore. But I seen I went to go see Equalizer 3 and I saw this trailer of the new Exorcist movie coming out. That shit look crazy. I think I might have to go see that. I might check that out. That looks crazy. The Exorcist, the new one that's coming out, looks crazy. But most of the, I feel like most uh, horror movies are cheesy. Okay, Hitchinson's letting his hands go a little bit. Let's see if he can keep it up, though. Pause. He's coming forward now. I think he smells blood. I think after that headbutt, he's coming in. He's throwing a lot of right hands now. Zepeda's still moving out of the way of most of them. Now Zepeda's coming back forward. Hitches look like he's like a weight division bigger than him too. By the way, nice right hand to the body from Hitchins. Halfway through the eighth, Hitchens is doing his thing now. Yeah, nothing's more scarier than the first Exorcist. That was the craziest horror movie that I've seen, and it still holds weight. Like, it holds up well. One of my personal favorite, probably like one of my The Shine. I like The Shining. Um, what else I like? I used to like those. What's the movie where it's like? I used to watch the Paranormal Activities. You know, one of my favorite horror movies is the elevator movie Devil. I like that too. I like that movie. I always go back and watch that movie every couple of years. Devil. That was a good horror movie. I like A Quiet Place 1 and 2. That was pretty cool. Michael Myers movies are okay, but I never go back to watching them again. Like I don't watch Michael Myers, Jason, and Freddy movies no more. Like as an adult, like I don't know. I can't believe Rolly Romero has a belt right now. That's crazy. They're showing the four champions: T.O., Matias, Regis, and Rolly. Like Rolly really lost to a lightweight and then went and got a super lightweight opportunity right after. It's crazy. What TV series I had recently watched? I had just finished watching something. I'm still waiting for Hitchins and catch him with. I've been waiting for him to catch him while he was lunging in with a shot. You know what I mean? See, this is what makes Shakur Stevenson great to me already. And, and I know he's still got a long way to go, but Shakur can be this defensively. Ooh, nice short right hand counter from Hitchens. Stevenson has been able to give me a little bit of both. I know he doesn't have the biggest power, but he can be this defensive while still kicking your ass. You know what I mean? A lot of these guys that's super overly defensive, they're not going to counter with every single mistake you made. They're more focused on just not getting hit. Where Stevenson is punishing you while you can't hit him. And there's levels to this defense thing. Yeah, with Damon. Yeah, I just read your comment. That's what I'm pretty much saying. This is why he's like my favorite fighter to watch, young fighter to watch, because he can do all of this stuff that Hitchins is clearly a really good defensive fighter. All right, but he's just too cautious to a point where like you still gotta fight. You know what I mean? It's still a fight. He's my favorite to watch, out of the younger guys. Like Bud is still like my favorite, personal favorite to watch, because Bud not as defensive, but he'll knock you out. But Stevenson, as out of the new guys, he's my favorite to watch. You know, he's 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 getting better still. I still see him improving, because he had a couple of snoozers too, like against that Toka Cleary or whatever that guy was named. Like that guy, who's the other guy that what's that guy Shakur fight, that the puncher, the African fighter that recently lost. He beat Burchell. Yeah, he Nakatilia. Those are a couple fights where I felt Shakur was being like how Hitchins is doing now. You know, well, Cleary, I can't blame Cleary, because Cleary was just not trying to gauge at all. But I think the Nakatilia fight was like, man, like nothing was happening at all. You're watching 12 rounds of nothing. You know, one thing that's good about that camp there though is that you're all training together. When Shakur is your sparring partner, when Crawford is your sparring partner, all those guys, they're really learning. You know what I mean? You fighting other southpaws, or you fighting guys that switch. See, Hitchens pick on opportunities that like come forward, but I'm still like, I figure from an offensive standpoint, outside of the straight right hand, and his jab. I haven't really seen much when it came to the, outside of I've seen him land a pull counter. I just felt like I feel like he can do a little bit more than what he's showing us. We're in the 10th round, by the way. I'm not scoring. I'm not scoring. I stopped scoring because it's not much happening. You know what I mean? But it reminds me of like, oh, another headbutt, y'all, and a bad one. So it reminds me, oh yeah, this one is bad. Zepeda is leaking now from the top of his forehead. Yeah, I think Hitchins doesn't have any visible damage, but happens. This happened. Oh man, that was a bad head clash. Zepeda's bleeding a lot. This is what happens with Southpaw Orthodox fighter. Um, but yeah, it reminds me of when Floyd fought Canelo. You know, uh, he yeah, that blood is going into the eyes of Zepeda. You can tell he's wiping it off, and now Hitchins is stepping it up a little bit. And Zepeda is actually on a retreat right now. He's getting hit with jabs now, and now Hitchins is now trying to stop him. Oh man. Um, yeah, that cut on his forehead is gonna mess him up. He keeps wiping. He can't see out of that eye. So the same eye that was already damaged and swelling is not. It's actually the blood is going all into his eye. And he keeps trying to wipe it off. Love Shakur. Yeah, I can't wait to Shakur and Edwin fight each other, man. Tell you one thing though, I was watching a little bit of Edwin when they announced the fight, like maybe sometime last week. And I was watching the Jose Valenzuela fight, where he stops him. And I was watching the Joseph Adorno fight, and even though he stops Jose Valenzuela in that fight, he did get clipped, he did get knocked down. Um, I thought in that fight, even though he's a puncher, and even though he got the knockout there, um, he was kind of reckless in that fight. And it's probably because he's fighting a southpaw too. And I felt like in an Adorno fight, I think he was a lot more slick. I thought he was a lot more sharp defensively. But in a Venezuela fight, he was a lot more reckless. He didn't look as sharp defensively. I know he got an early stoppage, but defensively wasn't that great. He's gonna have a hard time against Shakur Stevenson. I'm gonna do some film study. I'm gonna look to see if he fought any other southpaws or anything like that. But it's gonna be a point where I like Edwin, and I've been hyping him up on his channel. But there's gonna be a point where Shakur is just gonna be he's gonna be walking him down, man. You know what I mean? And he's gonna get countered, and he's probably gonna even get hurt. I mean, Shakur is just his defense is just too good. And I know Edwin is very athletic. He's very explosive. He has power. I love the matchup. I honestly like it a little bit better than the Frank Martin one. I probably would have wanted the Frank Martin one only simply because Frank Martin is more known. So, if Shakur had beaten him, people probably would have respected it more. But honestly, from a stylistic matchup, I think I like the Edwin one a little bit more. You know what I mean? I think this Edwin is just a little bit more dangerous to me, in my opinion, than Frank Martin for Shakur. Yeah, it kind of been one a decision. I wouldn't say that Rich is doing better than Regis. All right, because Regis was trying to stop him. You know what I mean? He was trying to stop him. Whereas this fight, Hitchins is just trying to outscore him and just win a decision. He's being extremely cautious where Regis wasn't. Regis was making it a fight. They both were catching each other with good shots. Regis is not a defensive fighter like the way Hitchins is. Regis wants to knock people out. You know what I mean? Yeah, Ben looked good, but he just couldn't hurt this guy at all. It might have had to do with the fact that the fight was at 154. It might have had to do with, you know, the lack of PEDs or whatever, but he couldn't, or this guy might have just had a great, phenomenal chin, you know what I mean? But he couldn't stop this guy. Now, I think Frank would have fought him. Yeah, I think Frank wasn't going to lay down. I did see this young, I was on live covering the fight earlier. We closing out in the 11th round. Yeah, this was a rough night, man. All right, last round, guys. Last round. Who do I want to see Zhang fight next? Again, I said it earlier. Um, if Usyk and Fury does not fight each other for undisputed, I'm cool with Zhang fighting Usyk, Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, and Andy Ruiz. I'm cool with those fights. Those fights are all good. Those fights are cool. If he's not gonna fight a champion, those fights are good. Those are the fights that are good. Or even have the rematch against Hergovich. That's cool. Damn, them jabs. Those jabs at Hitchins is nine and they gotta hurt, man. But he got the fight in the bag, and Hitchins is gonna be difficult to deal with. I'm trying to, I feel like when Hitchins is letting his hands go more, I think it's to a lower level guys where he can just beat up. But if they put him in the ring with, you know, he would be hard for Regis to deal with. He would be hard for Teofimo Lopez to deal with. He's gonna be hard for any of these guys to deal with, to be honest. Um, because he's so defensive, you know what I mean? Um, but he's gonna have to somebody is gonna have to really pressure him, like in order for him to open up. I would say Sabril Matias would really, try to force him to fight, or even maybe Gary Russell. You know what I mean? He would force him to fight. Um, but guys that choose to have these chess matches like Zepeda did tonight, these fights are gonna be like this. You know what I mean? With Hitchins, I think he would have beaten Montana Love though. He probably would have won. He's slicker than Montana. Thank you, my boy. Charles Edward Cheese says, well, Metal wanted to see it. Pause. The cheese in the chat. Oh. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you for sending me that donation, man. Appreciate you for everything, man. Really, I really do. Don't do all this talking now. It's 20 seconds left on the clock. Fight is over. It's a million fights that's coming up this Saturday. Um, I'll probably, you know, I'm gonna try to just make the day Saturday for all day for boxing, but I'll be more well rested and everything. Um, yeah, because Saturday got a bunch. I don't even know which fights is gonna be on what cards. Let me see ESPN boxing schedule. All right. We gotta, we already know what this scorecard is gonna look like. So what do we got next Saturday? We got Canelo and Jamel Charlo. And by the way, that is a great undercard too. That undercard is good. Even the free undercards is you got some decent fights under there. You know what I mean? So I'll be on I'll be on there Saturday, you know. Uh you got Joe Cordina against Edwin Vasquez as well. I won't be covering that. But you got Jai Apataya against Jordan Thompson, which is a fight that I do want to see. That's gonna be on the zone. That's gonna be earlier in the day. So that's a good fight. Um I thought this guy what card is Otto Wallin gonna be fighting? Gassiev. Is that fight even televised? All right. So Richardson Hitchins got the easy win. Clearly won that. One judge gave him 1 round, Zepeda. Let's see what Richardson Hitchins got to say. His 140 is flooded right now, and I don't know where he's ranked at, but I mean, if he has like a couple of these lower belts, he's got to be in position to fight for a title pretty soon. Yeah, he has a WBA. Yeah, he has a WBO, a WBA, and the IBF belt.
I didn't want to burn it and take my chances. You have a few belts around your waist right now. You're moving up the rankings, the 140-pound division. Who do you want to face next? Oh, whoever. It don't matter. You see me, I'm ranked in the WBO. I mean, the WBC, the IBF. You got Devin Haney and Regis coming up next. Hopefully, we get the win of that. If not, definitely me and Tio in Brooklyn 2024. What you saying, Eddie?
Yeah.
I'm back in
So
the
he calling
gym.
out everybody. He said him and Tio in Brooklyn in 2024. That would be a great fight. I would definitely go out there if they do it here in the city.
My, my, my brother, my close friend. We're gonna keep that in between us, but he know who he is. Shout out to you. We started this together, and we're gonna end it together. I love you. I love every all my family back home, all my supporters, everybody that came out tonight with the Haitian flags, and all the Brooklyn supporters, all the Hitchins supporters. This was my first main event, and I told y'all I was the type of fighter that could make a veteran fighter look like an ordinary fighter. I think I dominated him just how I dominated my last fight. Congratulations, Richardson. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Chris. So Richardson Hitchins, a flawless performance.
Everybody's gonna be looking to fight Zepeda at this point now. Zepeda might mess around, still knock somebody out though. Yeah, Tia wouldn't. I don't think Tia would want to take this fight. No one's gonna really want to take this fight against Hitchens. You know what I mean? Simply because his style, just like you said, Charles, is, you know, no one's gonna. Yo, Young Zepeda is gonna be a gatekeeper now. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Somebody will mess around and get knocked out because none of these other dudes got that kind of defense. You know what I'm saying? This kid got really really good defense, but it cost us a good fight. You know what I mean? Because he said it himself just now. His corner was trying to tell him to pick it up and step it up, but he was like, "Yo, I felt his power. I know he's a veteran. I know he could punch." And he chose to play it safe, even though his corner was telling him to take some chances. You know what I mean? That's a disciplined fighter. You know what I mean? But it was kind of a border. It was a boring fight. It is what it is. Shine. I disagree with you because I think Hitchens is way more defensive than Devin, and I think Devin lets his hands go a lot more. I think there are some similarities on how they fight overall, but one gives us more offensively, and the other one gives us more defensively. You know what I mean? Like Devin let his hands go. He throw his jab more. He counters more. He's willing to square up a lot more. You know what I mean? He's willing to be in a pocket a lot more. Hitchens wasn't really engaging like that. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But I hear you. Hitchens versus Rolly. Yo, Hitchens would. Yo, I really don't. Yo, Rolly should not have a belt, bro. Like he just should not have no belt, man. It's crazy how there's so many people that don't have hasn't had an opportunity to fight for a title, and Rolly already got one at a new division. That's crazy to me. He said the Garcia fight is happening in Turkey. All right, yeah, they don't have nothing on here, but if they televise it, I'll try to figure out what's going on with that. But I definitely want to see that Jive fight with Jordan Thompson, and obviously you go watch the Canelo Charlo joint. Yeah. All right, guys, man. I'm about to crash, man. I would love to chop it up with you guys a little longer, but I'm gonna get some rest, man. I'm tired, clearly. But yeah, I'll be back in the morning. I'm gonna jump on live in the morning too. So just be on the lookout. I'll be back here and just talk about some of the other things in the boxing, and then we talk more about this Joe Joyce situation. And I know everybody keeps coming in and asking me how I feel. So I'll be back in the morning. So be on the lookout, man. Y'all have a good night, man. Get home safe if you're outside. And I'll see you soon, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, all of that. I'll see you guys. I'm out of here. Peace.